Uh, Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our September 16th council meeting. Um, I'd like to start with the playing of our national anthem.
Canada, our home and native land, through patriot love, in all of us domain. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. And far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I will now introduce the members of council. First of all, those who are present in the room today, Councillor Janice Bray, Councillor Joe Lamb, myself, Mayor George Comrie, and we have on Zoom Councillors Brian Woods and Scott Nash. We also have two members of staff with us in the council room. Our CAO clerk Nigel Black and our deputy clerk Wendy Schroeder. And I see we also have our fire chief Bob Whitman on Zoom and our planning assistant Paul Macri.
Jessica's on there too, I think.
Well, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. We have our treasurer, Jessica Sinkowski, is also online with us. So we do have some guests who are also here in the room and online, and I'll introduce them in a minute. So before we get going, the last item, sort of a preamble, is to ask if there is any disclosure of pecuniary interest on the part of any member of council in today's proceedings. Okay, I hear none is declared. So first item of business would be to approve our agenda as circulated. So I need a mover and seconder. Whereas the members of the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone have been presented with an agenda for the September 16th, 2025 regular council meeting, be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as presented. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move.
Moved by Counselor Lamb, seconded by Counselor Bray. Any discussion? Okay, all those, oh, sorry, Counselor Lamb.
Yeah, since the library is here on the delegation, I'd like to move the correspondence where they're asking for a bulletin board outside here, so that that can be discussed just after their delegation and they don't have to wait 4 hours or whatever to do it. So I'd ask that that be discussed and pulled, have right after their delegation.
All right, well, I certainly have no problem with that. If council is willing to allow me to to alter the order of business, I'm happy to do so. And if I don't hear any objection, I think we can just do it. Especially if those in the delegation mention something about it during their presentation, then it's business arising from the delegation. Can do it then. Okay. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor, please indicate. Thank you. On Zoom?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That motion is carried. We have an agenda. And that brings us to item 4, presentations and delegations, and we have 2 on the docket for this morning. The first one is an update from representatives of the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center. They have a presentation to give us called the Game Plan for 2025, which I guess is the game plan for what's left of 2025, because we're in the final stretch, I suppose, time-wise. But anyway, we have with us this morning the chair of the library board, Peggy Whale. And we have a library board member, Kathy Lamb, and we have Eva Fincham, who is the CEO of the Library and Technology Center. And so I'd like to welcome all of you. And Eva has moved to the podium. So I guess, Eva, you're going to start the presentation?
Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Perfect, okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm from the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center across the street. So we can go to our next slide. So this was kind of our plan for 2025. It included planning the year. So library staff coordinated to create a program calendar for both regular library programs and our Ontario Trillium Foundation funded pilot program. This is a pretty typical year for us, involving receiving feedback for our programs and services, running our programs and services throughout the year, policy adjustment done by the library board, as well as planning the budget for the following year, also handled by the library board and staff. So you can switch to the next slide. Thank you. So our big changes in 2025 was the increased summer operating hours. So we went from 27 open hours per week to 36 hours per week. And this allowed for consistent weekday hours of 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Previously, we had different operating hours for every day of the week, which was a little confusing for people. We also had our OTF funded pilot program. So we had pop-up library programming and services in Ardbeg every Monday from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m., with the exception of holidays, as well as story times within the school. Thank you. Thank you. So far this year, we've had over 600 computer users. We've had over 250 one-on-one technology help appointments. Our meeting rooms have been booked over 300 times, and we've had well over 2,000 program participants. And these are numbers as of about the middle of August. So it was a busy summer for us. The library board and volunteers participated in a variety of fundraising projects throughout the year. The two annual fundraisers that we run are the Strawberry Social, and this was organized by Carol Gorey and Sheila Wesley. It's run entirely by volunteers, including a lot of board members, and it raised $650. And we also had our book sale. So this was organized by Kathy Lamb and Mary Johnson. This one involved a lot of volunteers. The setup and teardown of the book sale is substantial. And we also had municipal students that came and helped us with the setup, which was very helpful. And we raised $2,600. Now, these fundraising efforts go directly back into our operating budget to help offset our costs. So this is built into our budget. We also ran one more fundraiser this year, and this was something new to us. We haven't run it before. This was organized by a library volunteer, Melina Condren, and it was a peer-to-peer fundraiser. So that's where library supporters reached out to friends and family for donations on the library's behalf. So we raised just over $2,000 to upgrade our makerspace equipment, and we also added some more loanable science and technology kits as well. So we doubled our goal for this effort, and this was something that was new and we hadn't planned for it in the past. That was very exciting. And our big project this year was our pop-up pilot. So this runs every Monday at the Ardbeg Community Club. It's funded by the Ontario Trillium Foundation Seed Grant, and it runs through 2025. And we also did bi-weekly story times at the Whitestone Central School, which through the school year last year through 2025. So this has been a very big project for us. Yep. Thank you. So our goal for the pilot pop-up was to reach 150 participants out in Ardbeg, and we reached our goal in August. So that was well ahead of schedule. We ran bi-weekly arts and crafts programming, monthly book clubs, as well as weekly story times out in Ardbeg. We bring a large, rotating collection of books, movies, games, and puzzles. We offer printing, scanning, and technology assistance. And we also offer laptops for people to access the internet. So this was very well utilized in a more isolated part of the municipality. We're very active within the community. We go to all the different community events that we can. So this year we were at the Whitestone Cottage show. We had a table at the Canada Day celebrations. We had our big book sale here. We were at the Dunchurch Fall Fair. We presented at Community Support Services Lunch and Learns. We were also at the YMC Job Fair out in Parry Sound. And on the 27th, you can actually find us at the McKellar Public Library at the Repair Cafe being run by the Georgian Bay Biosphere. So we'll be highlighting our 3D printing services and how that can be used to repair items. The library benefits greatly from community partnerships, whether this is other community groups like the Recreation Committee, whether it's the Health Unit, which has provided us with micro grants and also refreshments. We have a very long-standing partnership with the Whitestone Historical Society, and we've been digitizing their photos and documents for our digital archive on our website. They also have funded a student to do that work, which is fantastic. We participated a lot with Early On this year out of Parry Sound, and so we've had regular storytime visits with Early On. And we've also partnered with the YMCA this year, and we held workshops with the YMCA that were focused on employment services and skill building. The highlight of the summer is always the TD Summer Reading Club. This runs annually across Canada in July and August. Both the Recreation Committee and the Whitestone Fire Department supported this program this year. They provided prizes this year, and they also were both at our Summer Reading Club launch party at the beach. They provided some volunteers, games, and pizza, and then the fire department was there with kites and other information on fire safety that they passed out. And we had over 200 participants in the Summer Reading Club this year, so that was a good number for us. The slushies as prizes definitely encouraged a lot of reading this year, which was great to see. There you go. The Maple Island Thrift Shop generously donated $5,000 to our budget this year. So some examples of items that we've purchased with this in the last couple of years include our additional seating that you can see in the library that have armrests, so it's much more comfortable and more accessible. We also have a television display for program promotion at the front desk. And this year we added noise baffles for our meeting rooms to reduce loud echoes. I don't know if anybody's done a Zoom meeting from the rooms, but they were quite echoey before we added those in. And we also added display shelving around the library. So that was fantastic. The Maple Island Thrift Shop donation also covers our programming budget for the year. So we also have community garden beds at the library. They were built in 2022 by the Dunchurch Agricultural Society with funding from OMAFRA. This year, we used donations from the Whitestone McKellar Lions Club for maintenance and seed purchases. The gardens were planted and maintained by an amazing committee of volunteers. Thank you to Peggy for leading that. So produce and seeds from the garden are distributed to the community free of charge. So we use it also to support the seed library within the library. Okay, so what's next for the remainder of the year? We have to compile data and feedback from both our pop-up surveys and our general services survey to see how we're doing from the public. We have grant writing and reporting to do for the remainder of the year, and we have to prepare our 2026 budget. And that's it. Does anybody have any questions about our year so far?
Through you, Chair, it's Councillor Nash. I'm not sure if anybody else had their hand up yet.
Well, Councillor Land had his hand up, but
Doesn't matter to me. I'll be very quick, Scott. I sit on the library board and I'm proud to do so. And I'm particularly proud of the board members because they do 100% of the work and staff. And there's no doubt the library is the jewel of the community, I call it, at least the Dunchurch area. I think it's very important, the outreach that has taken place out in Ardbeg. That's what you call community building, and we've done a great job. And Eva was part of writing a grant that got us, I think it was $67,000 in order to run the program out at Ardbeg. So we'll be applying again this year to see if we can continue on. Hopefully we can, because there was great participation. And anyway, I'm very proud of the board. They do a lot of hard work on a voluntary basis. Next year actually is our 50th anniversary of the founding of the library. So that's a big year for them or for us. So anyway, again, thank you, Eva. Your presentation was excellent. And I'm sure it was on time because I didn't see a red flag go up or anything like that.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you. That's all, Scott. Sorry.
okay, thank you. Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted to say that I think the program that you have out in Ardbeg is fabulous. I know my daughter, my nephews, and grandma went out a couple times to the arts and crafts, and they really enjoyed it. And my mother or grandma, she enjoyed being able to go out to the Ardbeg Center. So it does capture people that would not, I think, normally go all the way to Dunchurch. And it is a great small community building thing that was out there. So I really support it. I hope we can do it going forward. And great job in getting the grant and stuff for that, reaching out to another part of the community. So I just wanted to thank you guys for all the hard work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from council? Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you again. Good presentation and great work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Woods.
Councillor Woods, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to thank everybody at the library, all the employees there and the board members. You guys definitely make a really good difference in the community. And I know the kids are always excited about going to the library, and you put on and managed to pull off this year. You should all be commended for the great amount of work that you put in. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. If there's nothing else, I would just add my comments of appreciation to all the folks that are involved with the library. It really is, as has been suggested, it really is kind of the hub of the Dunchurch community, and there are so many creative and innovative things that are going on, and I'm particularly impressed by the fact that the library staff works collaboratively with lots of other folks. The rec committee was mentioned, lots of other folks in the community who participate in these events. So there's a lot of volunteer effort that goes into these things that we should recognize. But I particularly appreciate Eva's leadership because she's constantly coming up with new and innovative things that can be done. And as Councillor Lamb said, it really makes our library stand out. It's for the size and budget that they have, they punch way above their weight. So we should all be impressed, and we should all thank them. Anyway, I'll thank you for your presentation, Eva. I'll move on then to the second delegation we have. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we can do the business arising in pieces here. Let me start, because there is a resolution here. I'll read it to you. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive the presentation of Eva Fincham, CEO of the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center, and thank her for the information. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by.
I can second if you want, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. All those in favor? On the phone or on Zoom?
Councillor Nash, yes.
And Councillor Woods, you're in favor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So there was an item in correspondence, and I'm going to find it here if I can. Which had to do.
It is also on the screen, Your Worship.
Oh, it is on the screen. Okay, sorry, I won't rummage through the paper. It's up on the screen in front of us. And this is it's a letter from Chair Peggy Bale saying that suggesting that there should be a bulletin board at the water receptacle in the community center. Because, of course, that's one of the places that a lot of our ratepayers frequent all year, as it turns out, and it's an opportunity to inform them about events that are taking place and so on. So, I don't know. Did you want to say anything to this, Peggy?
Pretty much everything. I was approached by people who.
Sorry. Do you want to go to the mic if you don't mind, just so we can get it in the recording?
I was approached by someone when I was here for the Strawberry Social who was getting water, and they asked what was going on in the building that day. I explained, and they came back and attended the Strawberry Social. So that was just one incident. But people are standing there waiting, and especially in the summertime when there's a lineup of people waiting, they're a captive audience. And many of those people wouldn't know what was going on in the community. So I just think it's an opportunity that we need to address.
Okay, thank you. I guess what we should probably do is have a motion on the floor if we're going to have some discussion about this. Would someone care to make a motion that we ask staff to
I will.
call a notice board? Okay, so Councillor Bray is moving that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone, what will I say, direct staff to
Purchase and install.
yeah,
Bulletin board. Water receptacle. Close, yeah.
install, I'll read it to you in a second, I'm just getting it down here. An enclosed bulletin board. And it's for events, is that the assumption? Is that what we're gonna put on it? Not, and it's not for ratepayers to put up little
No,
cards
it's
that say,
events
Yeah.
that are in the,
Yeah.
what I
Okay.
call the campus here.
Yeah.
So it could be in the Dundome or the community
Right.
center.
posting of events,
Or committees of council, that sort of thing, right?
which installed. And that's at the drinking water station. So here's what I have, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone directs staff to purchase and install at the drinking water station an enclosed bulletin board for posting of events. Does that
Sure.
capture what you would like, Councillor Bray? Councillor Lamb, are you seconding that?
Yes.
Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash in favor.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I've got that. The motion is carried. All right. Next, we have two representatives of a group known as Parents for Parry Sound. And they are Amy Black and Shane Reynolds. And they have, there is a one-page email from them or message from them in your package at item 4.2. So Amy and Shane, I would invite you to come to the microphone, to the podium, and give us a short presentation on what you want us to know about today.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us today. My name is Amy Black. This is Shane Reynolds. We are 2/3 of the group Parents for Parry Sound. And we are here to ask you to join other municipalities in the region to join forces and there's a lot of moving parts here. So the first one is we want some clear answers and transparencies and timelines with the Near North District School Board about the delay of the JK to 12 Super School. The students are back in school as of yesterday to in-person learning at the existing partially demolished high school. Part two is also, there's a current investigation happening right now with the Ministry of Education into the board and trustees. We also are looking for accountability with the Ministry of Education itself. And part three is keeping McDougall School open, which would be the most feasible and immediate answer to the current enrollment problem we have. So before the school even opens, the new school, we are over capacity by almost 300 students. And Shane can speak more of the stats.
So there's been a couple media releases. Most recently as of Friday. I'm not sure if you looked at My Perry Sound now. They disclosed the tax figures as to what each township is paying. So it's a census from 2023. So McKellar itself is paying $991,592 to the Near North District School Board for their services. The total Perry Sound area, encompassing all 7 municipalities around us, is $17 million we pay annually. For the 5 municipalities in the North Bay region, they're paying $7 million. So we're paying almost $10 million for the services here. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, you said McKellar. What does Whitestone contribute?
Sorry, my apologies. In Whitestone, you're paying $948,912. Seguin's paying 5.2 million. McDougall's paying 1.1 million. Perry Sound's 559,000. Archipelago is 3.1. Carling is 1.5 million. So as you can see, we're paying a high value for a Near North District School Board to provide education systems or services here in Perry Sound. To Amy's point, they're putting pressure to close McDougall School. There's 250 kids that attend that school right now. They're going to sell that school to the French board that has a total of 60. So 250 kids are now going to be forced into the mega school that's already over capacity and pushed into there for 60 kids to take over this other school. We're looking at the numbers and population growth. We're looking at 1 to 3% natural growth in between 2016 to 2021. As a whole of Perry Sound or West Perry Sound area grew by 7.4%. There's many developments coming in these areas, such as your own townships. People are purchasing a lot or purchase a lot. They're severing it in 4. Those 4 lots, 2 of them could be seasonal, 2 of them could be permanent residents. And those residents are going to need students to go somewhere. If we don't retain the assets now that we currently have, we're going to be paying $50+ million for a new school in less than 10 years based off projection of growth. So what we're asking the township to do is to band together with all the municipalities to really push and to keep McDougall School open, because why sell an asset for less than $1 million to a French school that has 60 kids when there's 250 kids that are now going to be pressed into a school? It wasn't designed for them. There's hex pods that are being installed. So the next question we have back to the school board is, with these hex pods and all these additional bodies that you're accounting for, was the school's facilities built for this? So again, how many bathrooms are there for both, again, JK to grade 12, and then adding the fact there's also going to be a daycare there. So there's a lot of students going into one facility. When it looks like there's a lot of pressure on that, to alleviate some of the pressure, we can keep McDougall open. It's a huge bonus for everybody. It allows the community to continue to grow. It allows students to go somewhere in the future.
And I just want to add, so we started this campaign for advocacy for our students August 11th, and that was after the media release from the school board August 7th, saying that, alluding to the fact that the school wouldn't be ready, there would be some delays. So we feel with the media attention that we've been able to get on, get a spotlight on the situation. We've had multiple meetings with mayor and council throughout the municipality. We've met with our MPP, Graydon Smith. We have received 2 letters of communication from the minister, Paul Calandra. I just feel at this point, we are getting nowhere with the school board. So we're hoping for all the municipalities to join forces to pass a resolution that is demanding transparency. We don't even have a timeline as to when the new school is going to even be ready. The current existing high school that the students went back to yesterday, staff and students, it is 100% subpar education. A lot of the programs that were there are no longer able to operate at or altered, the hospitality program. There's no kitchen, automotive, tech, the cafeteria is gone. So a lot of mental health issues as well for our students that are not being supported.
The other part that we've been advocating for since the start, if they were going to put our kids back into the old high school that was under a demo permit, obviously it has to go from a demo permit to an occupation permit. The township of Perry Sound's building departments dealt with that, which has been great. There's 5 points that they brought forward that had remediation. The other thing that we did request was the engineered structural sign off, an air quality test, and a water test. It's 3 basic things under OSHA. Any worker has that right, but unfortunately students actually don't have that right in the school. So as parents, we've been asking for that. As of Friday, even yesterday, I contacted the school, asking them if they could provide me this information. I was begging them on Friday if they could provide that information, post on the front doors in the lobby, open your front doors to the school on Friday and allow the kids to come in. Because I don't know if you're aware, but they had 2 cyber attacks while the kids were online, both resulting in pornography being displayed across the screen for children. So they had to shut down online learning as of last week. Thursday, so it went to asynchronous anyway. So Friday was complete write-off. They weren't doing online learning anyways. Thursday, they shut it down early. So why not take the next step, be more transparent, open your doors up, show the information's there, and then it's safe for kids to enter back into. But the answer was that they can't give me that information. They had to talk to the building department. The building department then sent me back to the school board. The school board, I'm dealing with a principal that it doesn't have that information. So I since asked them to ask that from the facilities manager as well as the superintendent, if we can have that information to post online at the front door to give people reassurance. We still have not been given that answer. We're just assuming that that has been done and we're sending our kids back. On example, where we found the school board has maybe released information saying that there were certain things done and in place. We'll use Nobel School. That school was shut down. It was then reinstated to hold all the grades 7 and 8s. They sent a media release out at the start saying that everything was in physical working order. As of last week, we were told that the PA system as well as the school bells were not working. So they have since had a third-party contractor come in and fix those things. But yet, at the start of the year, they released that everything was in good working order, which is not the case. So that's where we feel there's not a lot of transparency and truth. So that's why we were asking for this information, and we still yet to get it.
And parents and community members have completely lost any faith within the school board. Is there anything else? I feel like we've covered all of it.
There's a lot of
There's a lot more, but I think that's the gist of it.
As you know, we've had an amazing trustee, Howard Wesley. He's been advocating to keep McDougall open for quite some time. We're constantly outvoted in our area. We had 3 trustees in our area. We now only have 2. One has since stepped down as of last May. I believe that seat was filled with another trustee at a North Bay, giving us equal opportunity at the table again. Mr. Wesley's made it very well known that the new mega school isn't what our community wants. It doesn't suit our needs, and yet it's fallen on deaf ears. Even the the mayor of McDougall has even gone to his deputation at the school board to announce the same concerns that he had, again, fell on deaf ears. We had an individual that investigated us from the Ministry of Education telling us that no municipality or parents had an issue with us closing that McDougall school. We were very shocked by that. We've actually brought them more information about some information petitions, individuals that actually brought this forward. So hopefully they'll investigate that more. So it really falls back to the townships. To Amy's point, we're 3 parents that had questions. We've articulated a couple really nice letters, had 0 responses back from the school board. We're now involved with the Ministry of Education and an investigation, but ultimately it falls back to the townships to take this on. We really feel that between the townships, you are the largest voice at the table. I really feel that West Parry Sound is not getting the proper education. It's subpar in comparison to our neighbors to the north from what we can see.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Are there questions from councillors? Councillor Bray.
Yeah, thank you for your letter that you sent to us, as also for your presentation this morning. When I was reading your letter, it said that the attendees at the Near North District School Board meeting that same day that you met, or the building portion got, that you got information that the Parry Sound old building would be available. It said that the trustees appear to have now solved the problem and then no further action is required. That wasn't all of the trustees, I do hope.
No. So they put this, so again, they didn't come up with a contingency plan. They were dead set that the new school was going to be open September 2nd, and they did not have a plan in place if they couldn't meet that mandate. Again, I deal with project management. They should be setting specific targets to meet. If not, what's the next plan? The plan should have been articulated to people. We're going back to our old schools and or the old high school or the ones you're graduating to. There was no information given to us. We were told August 7th that we'd be going back to the old school. Yeah.
But the trustees, were all the trustees in favor of this? That were at that meeting?
Which part, sorry, which part?
When that the meeting that they had that same day, and you say in the letter that the trustees appear to believe they have now solved the problem and no further action is needed.
So that was on
Required.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yes, so I wouldn't necessarily say that all of the trustees, these, it was like a.
Board meeting,
Yeah, the board meeting, so the administration, so Director of Education Craig Miles, Superintendent Gay Smiley, and so on, were patting themselves on the back for getting kids back into the current high school. And majority of the trustees were also applauding their.
Even though
efforts.
there's not going to be enough space for kitchen shops and arts and things like that.
Correct.
How interesting.
Mhm.
I also heard too from, that there's a school in North Bay, that the Near North District School Board has an empty school that they're keeping. And they
Correct.
haven't sold or
As far as.
done anything, and yet,
I've heard it's in low capacity or like 22% capacity. Like, I don't know these numbers for sure. I don't know.
But there's a brand new theater in that school, so they won't be closing it because the community uses that space. It's from our understanding.
and yet we have to close our schools.
Yes. There's many sports organizations that can't run either right now. Indoor soccer can't run. My wife and I run a basketball association and we're scrounging to find gym space. We actually came up with a partnership with Rossville College to get a gym to actually play games out of this. So the community.
Just move the mic up a bit so we can hear you a little bit.
So the community itself is really suffering with not having that high school up and running, for the fact that they never gave us any timelines, to Amy's point. 10 years in the making, $58 million, 2 years in construction, and you can't even project an opening date. So you failed to meet the September 2nd date. So what's the actual date? Are we getting into it next September? Is it March? Is it going to be in December? And then what's the game plan for McDougall School? Are we really going to sell an asset that holds 250 kids to shove them into another school that's over capacity for 60 kids? Why not just to build another wing off that and call it the French school?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, Shane, in your presentation, when you were saying what people pay, I think we were 950,000, about the same as McKellar. And then you said Seguin, I thought it was 8.5 million or something like that. But then my question is, you said Perry Sound was 589,000.
Sorry,
Is that-
so Seguin Township themselves, they're paying 5.2.
Yeah, what's Perry? You
Perry
said,
Sound is 859,623.
so my question is, why would Perry Sound pay 800? I guess that's out of your pay range, but
Yeah, I'm just a dad with questions. I have the same questions, so. If you want to
like,
give
it doesn't make any sense. The schools there, you would think they're, it must relate to number of pupils or something, I
Well,
would guess.
to your point, Perry Sound only has 22,589 students and North Bay has 62,835. So they actually have almost 2/3 more of us. So it almost, I think it's based on.
But as far as the
taxes.
municipality goes, like, we don't have the information as to per household, we don't have the same property value in certain parts of Perry Sound that Whitestone, McKellar, Seguin Township have. Like, we're not a lot of waterfront properties and acreage.
But even McDougall plays 1.22 million. Just seems funny to me that Perry Sound is 859,000. Maybe staff could kind of get some information behind this and email.
And those are
Council.
2023 numbers too.
They're older.
Yeah, but it's just the general contribution, right? Like, it just seems low to me, so maybe staff could just look into it a bit and let us.
So that document was printed on My Perry Sound Now, a news article that was released on Friday, so find that information.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to say, I can't defend those particular numbers because I haven't checked them or anything, but what we pay in it, what any municipality pays in education taxes is a function of that municipality's assessment. Okay, there is a rate for based on the assessment, the total assessment, which includes industrial and commercial and so on, which affects the different municipalities differently, of course, but that's a province-wide standard. It's not a function. I don't think it's a function of how many children you have or anything like that. It's a function of the actual total assessment for that residential assessment for that municipality. So anyway,
But it really
we
seems
could
like
certainly
we're gonna-
verify the numbers, but I think that's that's the way the system it's supposed to work.
But ultimately, we're getting subpar education to our neighbors to the north, and we're paying way more than them. It just seems that we don't, seems like why?
balance.
There's no balance to it. We don't have the equal amount of trustees at the table to vote.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash here.
Go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Thank you. Amy and Shane, thank you very much for your presentation. I know you'd sent to council members several emails. I did read them all. I'm glad for all the work that yourself and the other parents are doing in trying to get the information out and trying to make it more transparent. Something I totally agree in is transparency whenever possible. I understand it's a very large uphill battle. You know, I'd personally question if I had a child in Parry Sound High School now, putting them back in there with all the construction around and part of the demolition around and knowing whatever items might be floating in the air, reservations of my children going there. And I think, you know, the ministry tried to do something by opening up the school again. I don't know if it's the right thing. And I think children are really going to be missing a number of important items that should be at a school, but more importantly, their health and their mental well-being. Being in a school like that, I don't think is the best. It's horrible that some of the online services were hacked and stuff like that. That's sorry to say. You'll have my support in trying to keep the McKellar School open. I don't quite understand why they're doing it. It must be a money thing, but you'd certainly have my support in keeping the McKellar School open, and my support in anything that we can do from a municipality side of trying to ensure that the students are going to get the best education they can this year, and trying to get the real answers out of the ministries as to when the school will be finished, when the students will be able to get into the new school. I think that is all very important, and I thank you and everybody else who's working so hard trying to get that message out there and to get the municipalities aware and in support. So thank you very much, both of you. I really appreciate it and wish you all the best. And yet, like I said, you will have my support. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, can I say something?
Go ahead, please, Councillor Woods.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Shane, I believe it was you mentioned something that there was no indoor air quality paperwork or data provided to anybody before they were opening the school. Was that what you said? Is that pretty accurate?
So the testing has been done. The structural engineer sign off is somewhere. Same with the air quality and the water testing. But parents and students are not privy to that information. The town of Parry Sound can't give it to me because they weren't the ones that conducted it. So I have asked, and we have been asking since August 11th to provide that information. As of Friday, I talked to the principal, Heather Howell, and explained my positioning on it, which she agreed it would alleviate a lot of stress, phone calls, and her time if she could post that information. So I have asked her to go back to her facilities manager as well as her superintendent. The facilities manager would be able to obtain this information. The superintendent would be her next level up, whom then can give her approval to either post it online, on the front doors, or in the foyer. And that's exactly what we've been asking for since August 11th.
Yeah, that to me, that is most definitely important. That is one of my extended family members' business is mold and asbestos remediation. And I know that one of the discussions in the communities anyways was the original school was full of asbestos. And once you disrupt that, you need a full-blown remediation to be signed off. and completed before you could ever let anybody go back in that building safely. And that's a question that's been bothering me. As everybody knows, my stepdaughter is in high school, and she's chose to opt out of schooling in Parry Sound now. And she's doing a complete online through the university program, because there was no way she was going back into the school. I agree with you guys, and I'm happy that some parents in the community are actually standing up. It's my opinion, and it might just be my opinion, and this might not be the best way to say it, but me personally, I'm sick and tired of seeing the kids in the Parry Sound district getting the shaft, because that's what I've been seeing happen a lot. Now, our youth in these communities, all of our little towns, are the most important thing, and should be the most important thing to all of us, making sure that they're safe and they've got a good quality education. And it's really bothersome for me to see that the kids aren't getting what they deserve and what all of us pay for. And I'm glad that I'm hearing everything from all members of council, because I think we're all on the same page here. This is important to all of us. I would just continue keeping up the pressure. As far as the McDougall School, I've said from day one, it makes no sense to me why they would ever want to close that school. It's a great property. It serves a very large number of students, and that building could always be fixed or upgraded if need be. To sell it so that 60 kids can go there, to me, would be a huge mistake. And the ones that are going to suffer, it's not any of us sitting at this table. It's all the kids here. It's the future of our entire district. All the kids here is the future. So I would support you. If any of the two of you would like to phone me, I'd love to have a phone conversation with you. It's easy to get my phone number. You could ask one of the staff members. I'm sure they could provide it or give you a card, but anytime you want, give me a call. I'd even go meet up with you somewhere and do whatever I can to try and help, because to me, the kids are the most important thing up here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We really, really appreciate that.
So to your point, they actually had administration staff in that high school under a demo permit. And I'm not sure if the air quality testing was done when they had their own staff in there. So that shows you the blatant disregard for their own staff within the Near District School Board.
And that's very scary, because mesothelioma is no joke. I've had family members die from asbestos exposure. You know, working in the shipyards back in Scotland and watching someone die because they can't breathe 40 years after they were exposed is horrendous.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you. I think if there are no further questions, first I have a resolution to thank our presenters, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received the presentation of Parents for Parry Sound regarding the status of the mega school in Parry Sound, and thank the group for the information. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Bray moves.
I can,
Sorry, who was speaking?
I'll second.
All right, Councillor Lam is seconding. I think we lost two of us. It's okay, we got a mover and seconder. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash in favor.
Well, Councillor Wood's in favor. Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you all. I'm suggesting that as you know, there is some correspondence, a couple of items of correspondence on the same general subject. And I had originally thought that maybe the time for us to see if we wanted to act further on that was under correspondence. Is that okay with council, or do you wish to do it now since we're on the subject? What's
Through
your
you,
pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I think it would make sense to do it now like we did for the previous item, so I'd have no problems if you wanted to move those items to discuss them now myself. I'd have no issues.
All right, then, if that's, if hearing no objection, then what I would encourage is, and thank you, folks, for coming. You're welcome to sit and listen if you want to stay and listen if you want, or
Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
the The items in question are items H and H1. And the item H is a it's really a letter from to the Minister of Education from the mayor of Parry Sound, and it's a result of resolutions that that their council passed. And there's a backgrounder, and then H1 is actually a similar letter to the Minister of Education from the Council of McKellar, and there is a resolution attached to that. And what I did with those things is I provided to council just a brief report on a meeting that was held last Tuesday evening. And essentially, at that meeting, our presenters were in attendance at it, but it was a meeting of heads of council in West Parry Sound, and I think all of the councils were represented there. And the consensus of the group was that each municipality should consider adding to this communication to the minister, and that the priority should be on trying to make sure that they make the best of the current school year for the students who are already there, some of whom are not able to take subjects that, notwithstanding the fact that they are supposedly back in the school as of this week, back in a part of the old school, I should say. That they're not, of course, some programs are not being offered because all the shops and things like that are still in mothballs. That the minister should then look at how we got into this situation, not for the purpose of laying blame necessarily, but for trying to make sure that going forward, this sort of thing doesn't happen again, and that there really is appropriate accommodation for the students of West Parry Sound. So that's where we're at, and I without reading what I wrote or commenting on it further, perhaps we could put. I suggested a resolution for discussion, and I can turn the chair over to Councillor Lamb and move the motion. Maybe that's procedurally the way to do it. I think you can see it on this, on the.
Can you pinch it up a bit?
Well, sorry, this is the. Oh yeah, sorry. This is my document that we're looking at on this. And the resolution starts, right, you have it there, yeah. How about I do this? I will turn, can I turn the chair over to you?
Could someone give me the motion, please?
All right, here, I will give you the motion. I've got it on a separate piece of paper, so you. It's this one here, the second one. It's that one. All right.
2 pages.
So I'm going to turn the chair over to.
It's 2 full pages, is it?
Just the.
What's going on the back?
Just start it with the resolution part. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm reading from here, right? Okay, I'll need a mover and seconder for the following. H/H1 Town of Parry Sound / Town of McKellar Mega School. Whereas when a new school was proposed for the West Parry Sound, the the plans changed to building a mega school to accommodate junior kindergarten to grade 12 with a daycare center, a daycare and closing of 2 elementary schools in McDougall Township. And whereas numerous concerns were raised by the community with having all grades under one roof, and with the size of the proposed school being inadequate to accommodate the existing student population in West Parry Sound, with no room for anticipated population group. And whereas many of the West Parry Sound community's concerns were withheld from our new or not considered by the Near North District School Board trustees and administration. And whereas the new mega school build has raised serious concerns with regard to the ability in the North District School Board to handle a project of this magnitude, and whereas concerns have surfaced with regard to the accountability and transparency in all aspects of the project with the impacting students, their families, teachers, and community at large. And whereas the current structure of the Near North District School Board is not serving adequately the students of West Parry Sound, and whereas the Minister of Education has exercised his authority, has received the authority under Section 230 of the Education Act and Regulation 43/10 to order expected performance review of the NNDSB, which is now underway and expected to be completed by September 30th. And therefore, let it be resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone supports the following actions by the Ontario Ministry of Education. Number one, that immediate measures be taken to ensure that the Parry Sound High School students have the necessary facilities and resources to return to in-person learning with full programming for the balance of the current 25-26 school year. And two, that deficiencies in the mega school facility currently being built be addressed to ensure that it can accommodate current student populations and anticipated future growth, with priority for the needs of the secondary school students and programs without the need for portables. And three, a new model of governance and administration for public education in Parry Sound District be delivered and implemented that is transparent and accountable to the parents, teachers, students, and communities in the Parry Sound District. And that resolution be forwarded to Ontario Premier Doug Ford, Minister of Education Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing Rob Black, MPP for Parry Sound, Muskoka, Graydon Smith, AMO, Phonom, OSUM, and RO Roma is the last one. Communities and the Community School Alliance. So I need a mover and seconder for that, please.
I will move it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seconder.
I can second that, Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Councillor Woods seconds. Any discussion?
I would only say, I realize that this is a sort of complicated motion. There was a kind of a draft discussed in that meeting that I referred to earlier. And believe it or not, I did clean it up a bit, but it attempts to deal with a number of issues which I think what we're hoping is that as a result of this review that is currently taking place, that all of these issues will come out into the open, and that the minister will then take some action to correct a number of things, some of them being short-term things, as you can see, which have priority, and some of them being longer-term issues that may take a while to sort out. But the goal, of course, is that we don't get into this situation. The overriding goal is that we get the current situation corrected, and then we don't get into the same situation again in a few years. So that's all I think I need to say about it.
Any other discussion?
Through
If
you,
not,
Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash.
go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Just a quick thing on the motion. Would the mover and seconder be okay if we amended and added one part to it? I would just like to see, if possible, that maybe we add one portion to it, and that would be in that the school board does an air quality test to ensure that the air is safe for the students, and that report is made public. I'm not sure if I have support to add a little amendment like that from the mover and seconder. Thank you.
Yeah, I maybe I misunderstood Shane, but I thought he said the air test has been done by an engineer and signed off. They just haven't got a copy of it yet. I think I heard that right.
You know, that is in fact correct. What we learned from Mayor McGarvey at the meeting on Tuesday night was that the town of Parry Sound had issued an occupancy permit for the portion of the old school that they're occupying. And in order to get that occupancy permit, which was held up for quite some time, the school board had to engage professional engineers to come in and validate the structural integrity of the building, because part of it had been demolished. That the water, because the water system had been disconnected, had to certify that was all back in service, including the fire system, by the way, the whole fire alarm and fire prevention system, and the an air quality test, because there had been a asbestos abatement, as you heard, that had been done. So the town of Parry Sound Building Department has those reports, but because the reports were commissioned by the school board, they did not feel that that's appropriate for them to give them out. And so they basically sent the parents back to the school board to say, look, you know, the school board commissioned this work, so you should get the reports from them. And but they would not, the town of Parry Sound put quite some extra effort in their building department, put quite some extra effort into this as a priority, and they would not, they were essentially refusing to issue an occupancy permit until all of the necessary consulting reports were filed with them. So I think that should give us some confidence that, in fact, that information is there, and hopefully they'll just release it to people. Why not, right? It's not. No, it's
Okay,
not. It
thank you,
shouldn't be
Mr.
secret or anything, I don't think, but.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the added clarification there. That makes it a lot better. Yeah, it sounds like maybe some of the parents need to do freedom of information request for it, but hopefully not. But thank you. I'll leave the motion the way it is. I appreciate your added info there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Wood, yes.
Councillor Nash in favor.
Yes, thank you. I'll pass the chair back to the mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for your indulgence on these items, and we can now then move, unless someone needs a break. Anybody want a break? No? Keep going? Okay, well, you can Yeah, if somebody wants a coffee in the room, you can get one. All right. So we are now at item 7 in the agenda, which is our consent agenda. And the consent agenda today consists of 2 sets of council meeting minutes, those for July 15th and August 19th, 2025. Other minutes, Parry Sound Area Planning Board minutes of July 28th, 2025, and the Parry Sound DSAB Board minutes for June 12th. And then there is some unfinished business, which is listed on pages 4 and 5 of your agenda. So the motion that I'm looking for is, now therefore be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. That is July 15th, regular minutes for July 15th and August 19th, 2025. And that council receives for information the committee and board minutes. They're not council committee, but the committee, the board minutes for Parry Sound Area Planning Board, July 28th, 2025, and Parry Sound District Social Services Board for June 12th, 2025, and the unfinished business listed on pages 4 and 5 of the agenda. So that's the motion. Could I get a mover and seconder to approve the consent agenda, please? Councillor Lamb is moving. Councillor Bray is seconding. Any discussion on those minutes?
Yeah, my only point is the motion we received and what you read out, particularly the first part, don't match. In my resolution or motions, it just says whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of, but there were a lot more words that you put in, I thought.
All right, well, I'll read it to you again then for the record if you wish. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of council meeting minutes for the regular council meeting of July 15th, 2025, and the regular council meeting minutes of August 19th, 2025. 7.2 council committee and board minutes for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board on July 28th, 2025, and the Parry Sound District Social Services Board on June 20th, 2025, and the 7.3, the unfinished business listed on pages 4 and 5 of the agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. Those are the ones for July 15th and August 19th, 2025. And that council received for information the minutes of the Parry Sound Area Planning Board on July 28th and the District Social Services Board on June 12th, and the unfinished business listing. So that's the actual motion that you would.
Yeah, thank you.
Verbatim on it. Okay. All right. All those in favor? I'll ask again. On Zoom?
Councillor Nash in favor.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Item 8 is accounts payable.
Oh, there's a couple more in here, isn't there? Oh,
I'm sorry.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Did I miss something?
No, I guess you read the whole thing, did you?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I think I did. Okay, so item 8 is accounts payable. I need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $266,343.42 for the period ending August 31st, 2025. Who would like to move that? Councillor Lamb.
Well, I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Woods. Thank you. Any discussion on payables?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it was just, I noticed when I was reviewing it that some of the road grant payments have been issued out, which is good to see, because I know that was at the last council meeting. That's really all I have to say. I just noticed that there's been a number done, which is good. And I just noticed under item 3220 on page 65 of 160 that the our planners have been working hard on the official plan update, which, as we all know, is under a contract to do. And I just noticed that large payment, but I know that's them just working through it if anybody sees that and was wondering what it was for. So thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Other comments or questions on accounts payable? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just one quick one on page 66, number of 160, item 3229. I see we got the new plaques for the Order of Whitestone and the Senior of the Year Award. Thank you for purchasing them. We just had little tiny ones here in the community hall, so I take it these ones are much bigger. And I don't know where we'll put them, but do you know where you're going to put these plaques?
I haven't seen them. I think our hope was to put them in the front foyer so that they were a little bit better visible.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, I'm glad we have them, and we'll get them up. There are two biggest awards of the year, so thank you.
Anything else under payables? Okay, hearing none, I will call the question then to receive this report for information. On Zoom, councillors?
Councillor Nash in favor.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, item number 9, staff reports. The first one is item 9.1. Let me see. That's actually the only one. Okay. A dock purchase agreement between Magnatowan Pioneer Association and the Municipality of Whitestone. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive report admin-2025-19 Bolger dock purchase for information, and that the council accept this agreement and proceed with a bylaw to authorize the CAO and mayor to enter into the agreement to purchase the docks at Bolger Landing. Can I get a mover and seconder, please?
I can move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Seconded.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councillor Lamb. Discussion. Well, I suppose I should ask if our CAO wants, it's because it's his report, if he wants to comment on it, or.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I can just give you a brief synopsis of the report. You will recall that this matter has been on the agenda a number of times. The most recently was for council to present a draft agreement to the Magnatowan Pioneer Association and give them a timeline for a reply. They did request a bit of extra time for consideration of the draft agreement. They have since gotten back to me on this, and they are in agreement to proceed, provided that council is still also willing to proceed. So I have included the draft asset purchase agreement, and also on the agenda, later in the agenda, is the bylaw to formalize that. So if there are any questions, I can certainly try and answer them, but it has been a pretty straightforward process, just required a little bit of extra time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. CAO. And are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, once this is finalized today, hopefully our works crew can go out and I'm told, I haven't been out there this year, but I'm told there's lots of boards on the dock that might be unsafe. So I don't know whether we're able to, fix that on the dock. Or any other work that needs to be, I guess you need to assess the whole situation and come up with a list of things that need to be done at that boat launch. And we should get on with it and do what we can this fall and budget for whatever we're going to do next year. So, but I'm glad to see this come to conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just a couple quick small questions and comments. Nigel, is this the same wording that was used for the Wawashkesh Indian Narrows dock, with the exception of how we describe the docks themselves? All the wording is the same, I believe. I just wanted to confirm that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is the same document. We use that as a template and simply changed the descriptions.
Yeah, perfect. That's what I thought. And in it, I know when I was out there earlier in the year, there is several boards and stuff that that need to be replaced. I know the old agreement, the association was supposed to be maintaining them, but hopefully when we get this signed, I totally agree with what Councillor Lamb had said. Hopefully the crew can get out there, or a contractor, and just replace any boards that need to be replaced. And I noticed in the description that it spoke about 3 sections of docks in one area and 2 sections in the other. And I just don't remember, I'm sure it's correct, I just don't remember there being a 60-foot long dock on the north side, but I'm sure we'll just have a picture or something in the files of what we're speaking to, of what we're taking over. So I'm not too concerned in it. It was just, I don't remember walking out onto 60-foot long dock there, but I'm sure it is correct. So I don't have any issues with it. It's good to get this over. Good to get this over with, and that we can get the crews out to do whatever maintenance we need there for all the ratepayers that use that landing. So thank you for working through this on staff's part. Thank you.
So is that it for discussion?
I could say something, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Nigel, thanks for the report. Thanks for getting the deal signed. The Magnetawam Pioneer Association. I hope this can help rebuild some mistrust that some might have in council. And I have talked to our manager of public works, Mike, really good guy. And I'm sure that staff is going to go out and do what needs to be done out there. I would like to see more maintenance than has been provided to that area. A lot more maintenance, but I'll leave that up to staff and ultimately council decisions as to how much gets done out there. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. If there's nothing further, I'll call the question then on this report.
Councillor Nash in favor.
Thank you.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you very much. That's carried.
What clock's now?
Sorry?
No, nothing. But just noticing the clock isn't working behind you.
It's not working?
Oh, it is.
going.
Sorry.
It's going, yeah. Okay, so we now come then to the bylaw that our CAO clerk just referred to. Well, actually, no, there's another one first, but we're in the bylaw section. Number 10.1 is a bylaw to enter into an agreement of conditions of approval of consent. And this is the SCIVA application that council has seen a couple of times already before. So, and there is a report in your package that contains all of the material that we've seen before and the Hutchinson environmental study and so on. So the purpose of this bylaw then is to enter into an agreement for conditions of approval of the consent. I guess I was going to see if our planning assistant was still on the call, but she isn't. Is there any, I'll ask our CAO, is there anything that you want to say about this before we?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I don't have anything to add. Certainly, if you do have any questions that I'm not able to answer, we can get the planning assistant online if necessary.
Okay, well, let me then entertain a motion for 10.1, that bylaw number 32-2025 being a bylaw to enter into an agreement for conditions of approval of consent. The consent number is B04/2025 Whitestone, and the applicant is SCIVA, is hereby passed the 16th day of September 2025. Can you get a mover and seconder, please, for that?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods is moving, seconded by Councillor Ray. Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bylaw?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods.
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Just one thing that I wanted to bring up, because I know it was a topic of discussion through our OP. Is page 101 of this agenda.
Page 101.
It's part of the Hutchison Environmental Services Report. It's speaking about Lorimer Lake and how it's categorized. And it says here that Lorimer Lake is also listed as a put, grow, take lake trout lake in the Inland Ontario's lakes designated for lake trout management. And they've cited, I'm assuming that's cited, MNR, a 2015 decision or report. And I know there was some banter back and forth about what this meant and how the classification was. So I just wanted to put that on record so that maybe we could all stop arguing about that.
Okay, I do not believe that designation is used anymore. That's something that there have always been. I mean, the context is there have always been lake trout in Lorimer Lake. It's not that somebody decided to put fingerlings in when there weren't any there before. They've always been there. So but I don't believe that we could check with MNRF, or MNR, but I don't believe that designation is being used anymore. They're just saying it was like that. And I mean, the point is there are lake trout there. It doesn't matter how they got there or whether people are allowed to, how many of the people are allowed to take out when they fish. It's something that creates special issues that need to be protected in lakes that have lake trout, that don't exist in lakes that don't have lake trout.
I was just saying that it says it here in an environmental company's report, Mr. Mayor. It's clearly printed. I just wanted to get that on record.
Well, I'm sure they're absolutely right. They've pulled this document out, but anyway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Woods, for pointing it out, and I can see that the banter continues about it. With that said, I think that report from Hutchison was done in 2023, and as we know in our official plan, as of the current date, it is called a put in and take out lake. With the designation of that means it's a little different when there's development on a lake from a natural lake. What it is referring to, as would be like many lakes, you'll have many lakes in our area that might have walleye or pickerel in it, and the ministry will not restock those because they're not natural. So what the MNR has designated Lorimer as is a lake that it can be used for sport fishing, and that helps remove strain from natural lake trout lakes, which we all know because it's documents that come right from the Ministry of Natural Resources, which I think Council has looked at, or at least had the links to. So Councillor Woods, thank you very much for pointing that out, that in studies it's also noted. So thank you very much for noticing that, Councillor Woods.
Okay, anything else about the this bylaw? Are you ready for the question then? And if so, because it is a planning matter, I'm believing that we need a recorded vote. Is that your interpretation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our deputy clerk will call the roll.
Thank you. Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion's carried.
Okay, the next item is item 10.2, which is the one that we talked about a minute ago. Bylaw number 33-2025, being a bylaw to enter into an agreement with the Magnetawan Pioneer Association for the transfer of ownership of the docks and associated structures at Bolger Landing. So can I get a mover and seconder, please, that bylaw number 33-2025, being a bylaw to enter into an agreement with the Magnetawan Pioneer Association for the transfer of ownership of the docks and associated structures at Bolger Landing, is hereby passed the 16th day of September 2025. Councillor Lamb is moving. Seconded by
I can second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. Thank you.
Could I ask for a
Any
recorded vote
discussion?
for you, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry?
Could I ask for a recorded vote through you, Mr. Chair? Thank you.
You can, you may.
It's already the planning man. Oh, no, I guess not.
Don't think it is, but
Okay.
we noted that Councillor Nash has requested the recorded vote. Is there any other discussion on the motion? All right, we'll call the recorded vote, please.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you. Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion's carried.
Okay, thank you. That brings us then to business matters. And the first one is item 11.1. That's interesting. I am somehow missing. I don't know why, but Well, looks like I have a council. No, it's not the resolution that I'm missing. It's it's the actual body of the report. But anyway, let's not worry about that. Well, I must have got it out of order somehow. Item 11.1 is a furnace upgrade at Fire Station 2. That the motion I'm looking for is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report admin-2025-20, which is entitled Fire Hall 2 Furnace. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone authorizes Fire Chief Whitman to proceed with the planned replacement of the furnace at Fire Hall number 2 within the allotted budget. Does someone wish to move this? Councilor Bray is moving. Seconded by
Councilor Nash.
Sounds like we got an extra mic open somewhere, but no. Okay. So it's moved and seconded and is open for discussion. What is there? Sorry, I should give our fire chief an opportunity if he wishes to comment on the report. He's now here in the room with us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Nope, I'm just here to answer any questions that you might have regarding this. Sorry.
Any questions from anybody?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councilor Nash. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I think the last time there's a bit of an echo there. Bob, for this, I know this is replacing it, which will help reduce our energy dependence, I'll call it. Was this included in our yearly budget for the fire department, or is this on top of it? I just forget. I'm in support of it. I just can't remember if this was, I think this was an add-on to the budget. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, in the original budget, I think $8,000 was allocated to replace the furnace at Station 2.
Okay, perfect. I guess I'm wondering, why do we need to approve it as council if it's already approved in the budget to do? Sorry, I'm just a little confused. I'm in favor of it, Bob, just wondering. I guess it's a dollar value limit on work or something.
I'm not sure. I was asked to do a report. Nigel and I did the report. Actually, Nigel did the report, and we presented it to council. It's under my $5,000 discretionary spending. So yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, no, perfect.
Our CAO clerk is going to answer, I think.
Yeah, sure. Through you, your worship. You'll see in my report that in the background section, when we did have this discussion in the budget meetings, there was some discussion about evaluating the future use of this building prior to proceeding with the purchase. So that's the only reason that it's here at the council table, is that we've assessed that, and specifically the chief.
Someone's got their mic open.
It's probably the mayor's.
It's off now.
But the chief has assessed the building. He feels it's warranted for an expense, and that we're going to continue to use the building. So that's why we're approaching council for permission to do this, just because the budget process did sort of have some conditions to the funding. So we're getting back to you on the conditions.
Okay, is there anything?
Through your, yeah.
Councilor Lamb?
Thanks, Bob. Since this is in the budget, what number did I hear? 8,000 or something, wasn't it? $8,000? Is in the budget.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I believe it was $8,000.
You should be able to get it done. I just had a furnace replaced, and the replacement was 100,000 BTU furnace, which I think would cover that fire hall. And my cost, I think, was 6,900 or so. My that's just a comment. So you should have enough money. I understood that the door up there was losing a lot of energy through, because it's not very good and therefore has put our heating bills up, if you will. Is there any truth to that? And I wonder if we're doing the furnace, whether we shouldn't, within that 8,000, well, you might be a little over, but replace the door too? Is there any sense to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, we are looking at replacing that door. We just haven't got any pricing for that door as of yet.
Okay,
Because
so
nobody's had time to run up and look at replacing the door, but yeah, that is on our list.
okay,
things to
good,
do.
good. Well, yeah, let's do it in 2025 if we can, so it doesn't slop over into next year, but I'll be voting for this, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried. The next item is 11.2 entitled use of Green Initiative budget funding for 2025. We have a report here from our CAO clerk, so I'll just get a motion and get it on the floor. That the motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive report admin-2025-2021, which is entitled Green Initiatives Budget Funding for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone direct administration to proceed with green initiative projects established by the conversation of this item. Okay, so this is a fill in the blanks one, I guess. Can I get a mover and seconder? Councillor Bray moves, seconded by
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. All right, it's open for discussion, but we'll start with, do you want to comment on your report, Mr. CAO Clerk?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you, this is I've provided a very brief report here. It's much, I guess it's similar to the last item where we have an established budget, but there was some discussion about requiring additional information before we spend that budget. I've had some discussion and input into this report from Councillor Bray and also a little bit from Councillor Nash, so they may want to speak to it as well. We specifically Councillor Bray and myself discussed some of the ice cap work plan, and we've identified it in the report containing data collection, update of our building assessments, energy audits on those buildings, and investigation of solar options and outdoor lighting upgrades. So those are the suggestions that we've made with respect to this funding. And you'll see that Councillor Nash, I think, has also some, I don't have the details of what he's proposing, but he has some other ideas for funding. So I would allow him to speak to that. And we'd just like to get moving on spending some of this funding, because while we're getting late in the year, we're already in mid-September, and we haven't accomplished as much as we would have liked to.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Yeah, I can speak unless Councillor Bray had her hand up first. I'm not sure. But thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what I was thinking here, I know this has gone back and forth, and I know that we are an IceCap member with the Georgian Bay Biosphere member. And to myself, this is just myself, everybody's heard me say it before. I know, this year it's a $10,000 roughly budget for IceCap to do work, but I personally don't understand the data collecting. We looked at stuff a couple months ago from 2024. I think it was for 24, was it for 23? But we get the data so many months into the next year, it's well past our budgeting time to do things. And what we're really looking at is they're looking at how much did we spend on gas for vehicles, how much did we spend the previous year? And yes, it's data driven, but we can also do some of that data analysis internally. It's very easy for us to look at how many liters of gas we used one year versus another, to look at a hydro bill and see how many kilowatts we used one year versus another. It even tells you on your Hydro One statements. What I'd like to see is, I think green initiatives are great, but where we are as a municipality, I don't think we need to pay somebody $10,000 to tell us how to save $10,000. I think we can go out and do those savings right away. Councillor Lamb had spoken about a door for fire station number 2. I can speak to fire station number 2 that the windows aren't good and that the windows could be replaced. And the list can go on and on. There's LED lights that need to be done in a number of the buildings, including the fire station. There's an old toilet in the fire station, which would use more water. I'd like to see our money go to those initiatives that we already know about. In the report that's been written here, it speaks to the outdoor lighting and upgrades. Well, I think that's a fantastic thing, but we don't need somebody that we're going to pay thousands of dollars to tell us to go replace the lights at the outside building. We already know it. Just like energy audits, we don't need to pay IceCap to tell us how to do an energy audit. We can phone and have an energy audit done and be done with it. But we already know what some of the outcomes of those energy audits are going to be. If we know our windows are old, let's replace the windows first. If we know we need insulation, let's do that first. So I'd like to see the money spent this year on items that we can say, we didn't just spend $10,000 for somebody to tell us what to do when we've already done that for a few years. I'd like to see the money spent on actual projects. And I'll point back to, in the past, we applied for an EV grant, which we'd never heard back about. But our staff can apply for small grants, but let's get the money working in our municipality. I personally, one of the biggest things I think we can do, even after speaking about the fire station and the doors and the windows and the toilet and the outdoor lights in other areas of the municipality, one thing that I think would be great here, and I think we'd get great community involvement, is we speak about green initiatives, have these funds put aside for the voluntary septic inspection program, and let people know this fall that the municipality will cover the cost of a septic inspection up to the limit of our green initiative grant. We know it's a big topic in the municipality. I think that would be a wonderful thing to do, to use those funds this year to let residents know that we'll pay reimbursement for septic re-inspections, which can really help the environment and the green initiative. So those are my proposals, but I'll let other members of council speak to what they think. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ray.
Well, I think I've spoken to this several times. It is a bit embarrassing that we have not given Georgian Bay Biosphere an answer on this ice cap, where all the other municipal committees have all had their budgets approved and were allowed to do with what they wanted with that funding. Not what they wanted, but what they thought best. I look at this as a big picture item. This isn't just doing specific initiatives. That's never what it was supposed to be for. IceCap is a collaboration of the West Parry Sound and some other organizations to provide climate initiative or climate education and initiatives and assistance for the municipalities and First Nations and in this area. It was never meant to be projects. It's a bigger initiative. If we were in a smaller or another municipality, in fact, I know one that just they hired somebody this year, the very first of this year, or the end of last year, for over $100,000 to do this exact thing for the municipality. Our staff do not have the excess time to be able to do all of this data analysis, to do all of the grant applications. Of course, they're going to have to do parts of it because there's information that they have that the IceCap staff would not have, but it would be a working collaboration. This is a big picture. This isn't just little initiatives here and there, a door here, windows here, lighting there. Yes, all those things are part of it. And yes, we can get help with the grants that could help us pay for those things. But I just look at this and see that I feel like, first of all, that this has been not taken very seriously by council, that this, that IceCap in general has been seen as not something very important, whereas this is extremely important. We already know that our climate is changing and that resiliency for municipalities is what everybody is talking about. That's what the insurance companies are talking about. That's what the government is talking about and the different ministries. Sustainability and resiliency is important. We need to be a part of this to be able to continue to build on what we've just got started. We have just got started in this area. This is nowhere near being finished. How many? Oh, I've got 1 minute and 53 seconds. Okay, so I'll wrap this up and say that I do remember somebody, one of council, saying how $10,000 was a drop in the bucket when you're adding that to our budget of whatever it is, that it was a drop in the bucket. I think we were discussing Councillor, I think it was Councillor, the medical benefits. I still think that that's the same thing. It can't be a drop in the bucket one place and being a huge waste of money in another. It is $10,000. That's exactly what the Environmental Stewardship Committee got. I can't see why this one has to be so scrutinized to the point where we are not able to work with that $10,000 to move forward with looking at what we need to do in our municipality. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Other comments or questions? Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, this has certainly gone on a long time through the budget process, and now we're into, mid-September, so there is a timing thing here. I guess my question is IceCap able to do all these things that are in here by the end of December and within the budget of $10,000? Who's going to answer that?
Well, again, I say.
And my second question is, if this is approved this year, that what's next year? And because the debate that we're having at council is, do we do things that we know that are here that we can click off and say, we did that, we replaced the windows, we did whatever, right? Versus, a drop in the bucket and looking at versus doing. That's the real debate here. And if I were to give the benefit of the doubt and vote for this year, what's coming next year? More data, more whatever. Like, when does the data stop and the doing progress? Because I think there are grants out there that can be secured in this area, and we can't do the grants, I guess, is what I'm told, unless we at least get the data to support them, right? So those are kind of my general thoughts. But what's going to come next year? 10,000 to go and study some more stuff and come in with more data, or when do we get to the doing part?
I guess, I'll just, say that it is.
Want to dance?
I guess I would say that really this is, again, this is not necessarily doing things. If we want to do things, we have to add that into our budgets, and we also have to look for the grants that go with it. This is for being part of the collaborative, that we get the expertise that they can provide us to be able to do the things we want to do. And that's what other municipalities, as I said, have hired people for $100,000. This is $10,000, not even close to that. And we still get the expertise that that person is providing for all of these municipalities. Again, he's reached out to us and said, you know, hey, how can I help you? How can we work on things? But we can't move forward till we know we can provide them with the funding. So again, it's a big picture item. It's not individual items that we're going to do this little item and this little item and that little item. This is for the expertise that we are purchasing to be able to do this. These are the things we want to look at. This is our report. These are the things we want to look at it. But the IceCap, the funding for IceCap would be to be able to move forward to look at what are the solar options, to be able to provide us with to say, it's going to cost this amount to do it yourselves. Here are the things you have to do, or this is the amount we would, or these are the benefits if we have a company come in and do it. The outdoor lighting upgrades. Again, I think that there's been, Benjamin brought this forward before, that it is not, I mean, replacing things just for the sake of replacing things are not actually economical sometimes. What you do is you replace them as they are needed and as we have things break down. The energy audits are certainly something that we should be considering and talking to them about how to go about that, because none of our buildings have had energy audits. So again, we're putting Band-Aids on things, saying, okay, well, we'll replace a door here, we'll replace that here, we'll replace that here, without having an energy audit to tell you that that's actually what needs to happen. Or is it something else? Like perhaps it may be more insulation. It may be that we need to do something else. That's why energy audits are so important before you do the actual work. Updating the building assessments. Well, we had a discussion about that some things have changed and we need to do that. That's probably something that we as staff have to do. But again, it will help them to be able to see what we've done and then what else is being done. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nash, did you have any comments you wanted to make? It's not Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I had already spoken. So
I know, I meant Councillor Woods.
But with that said, I'll take 30 seconds and just say, I think the big debate here, and I'm going to really try to be 30 seconds, is simply, do we want to give money each year for some data or datum, or do we want to do things? And I think an energy audit is great, but does IceCap do the energy audit, or do they tell us who to use? If you're going to do solar panels, are they the engineer that's going to tell us if a solar panel can go on the roof? No, we'd need a consultant for that. So I think we know enough and don't need the middleman. That's what I'll leave it at. But I think you meant to say Councillor Woods as you instead of myself, Mr. Mayor. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot to unpack with everybody's opinions on what we should be doing or we shouldn't be doing, or who knows what. We all know as common knowledge things that we could see in any of our buildings that we walk into, and if we upgrade them and change them, that we would decrease energy consumption. We all know these things. We own homes, right? I'm always in favor of spending the money to do the actual job. I guess my reason for looking at things like that is that's the type of work that I've done my whole life, right? To me, the data, yeah, I know it's important. Don't get me wrong. I understand the need for it. But I think we have more of a need to actually do the things that we all recognize automatically looking at them. You know, we put a solar powered street lamp at the beach here over at the office, right? And apparently it wasn't working well in the beginning, but now apparently it works fantastically. Well, that draws zero energy for us on a meter, right? We're not paying for it. It's low energy consumption. It's rechargeable. Does its thing. We install it once. It's good to go for so many hours, and then you might have to throw the thing out and get a new one. But it consumes less energy and gives off less greenhouse gases. Us changing a furnace from oil to propane, we know that's an automatic help. I understand why, Janice, you want us to be in IceCap and why it is so important. But I always have to lean more towards we need to get things done. If we're going to spend taxpayers' money, I appreciate, you know, everybody's reports and the paperwork reports and the amount of work that goes into it. But at the end of the day, I don't see any serious results until the job is finished and completed. And that's just my personal way of looking at it. Maybe it's wrong for some, but I have to be honest with you. That's the way I'm going to lean every time.
Okay, so thank you. I realize this is a complicated subject in a sense because and I understand the frustration with there being things that we could do, and there are what I would call small things and big things. And normally speaking, the way this kind of thing is done professionally is that you do an energy audit. And the reason you do an energy audit is that you're trying to figure out where the low-hanging fruit is and what your biggest bang for the buck is, because obviously you can't, of all the various things that you might want to do, you can't do them all at once. And some of them you might not be able to do until you're ready to, demolish or refurbish a building or something like that, But we could investigate some of the things that have been suggested. The problem is we in this municipality don't have people to do the legwork. Unless volunteers are going to step up and say, I'll handle this or I'll oversee this for you. We're going to have to pay somebody to help us do this, and we could, particularly bigger the projects, like for example putting solar panels on the roof of the community center or on the roof of the Dundome. And I don't know if that's feasible or not, but you have to bring in people who do this and have them look at it, and you have to have verified that the structure will hold up the panels and all these other things. And then you have to look about how you're going to collect it and what you expect the savings are going to be over time and what the cost of the installation is and all that. And you figure out how you're going to, whether the project is viable or not. And so there is, I just want to emphasize that there's quite a bit of work that goes into getting these things to the point where they can happen. And yeah, there are lots of small things. Like I'm looking across the wall at a thermostat on the other wall here, and it's what you would describe as a dumb thermostat, right? So we could go out and we could spend a couple $100 if they get a good one, good communicating thermostat that you could program to have the temperature you want when you have a planned occupancy, and have it on setback the rest of the time. That would save us some energy, both in terms of air conditioning and heating, right? So, and it's a small ticket item. So yeah, I realized we could do that. They said, so, I mean, I guess I tend to think in terms of the really of the bigger projects, the ones that like the potential for doing some, from doing some solar panels or, replacing LED lighting and things like that, see where that would make sense and so on. But right now, the problem that I'm facing is that I don't have any sort of, I don't see a prioritized list of what we should be working on. And I would point out to you that there are some other things that we did make commitments to already. Like, for example, we said we were going to do an EV charging station for in front of the property where the Twist was. And when I inquired to find out what the status of that, what's really going on with that, it turns out that the federal money that was being used for these in the early days is now gone, which seems ironic to me, given that they're trying to say there should be no more fossil fuel powered vehicles in 2035. That's the federal government. But they're not putting any money out. The province had some money for that, and it's been expended and it hasn't been renewed yet. So if we want to make a project like that happen, we need to find somebody. We need to either say, well, we're going to take ownership of it and put some money up that we'll get back on it, or we're going to have to try and find some other company that is willing to do it on spec for us, like Lakeland was talking about doing, because they're basically waiting for more government funding, and the government decides who gets it, and they might decide the next round when there is funding that we don't qualify for some reason. So this project could sit for years, and that'll determine whether people with EVs want to stop in Dunchurch. So I just point that out, that, there's projects like that. And there's some other ones that are coming down the pipe that are going to be very significant for us, but we're not, I don't think we can get it. We're not in a position to get into that today. So really I'll just summarize my comment with this. I don't see how to populate this list that is contemplated in the budget. That's my, so I don't think for all the discussion that we're at the point where we're ready to say, okay, here's a bunch of things that we should get doing in the balance of 2025, let's say.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask one question? I think it might help clarify for everybody, if possible. Thank you. I agree with everything that is being said from Councillor Bray, from yourself, from Councillor Lamb, from Councillor Woods, and myself. But if, let's say, we want to do solar panels and we are going to do the Dundome, would it be Georgian Bay that would write all the reports? Or would we need to hire somebody? And what I believe is we'd end up engaging somebody. Georgian Bay would tell us about it. We'd engage somebody, just like we engaged for the Lakeland Power to try and do the EV station. It wasn't Georgian Bay Biosphere. If we were going to do an energy audit, is it Georgian Bay Biosphere staff that come in and do the audit? Or is it a consultant that comes in and does it? I'm not sure if Councillor Bray knows those answers, but I think everybody would say that, yes, maybe a solar panel's good, but who's going to do the legwork on, is the structure okay? What would be the return of investment on it? That would be done by a project manager. Would Georgian Bay Biosphere be that project manager from start to finish? And I don't think they would be. And that's why I'm saying you go right to the project manager as an example. So Councillor Bray, do you know if it's Georgian Bay Biosphere that would do those things, like the structural review of buildings, the energy audits, or do they just recommend it and then we go out and get it done by somebody? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to?
Yes, go ahead. If you know the answer, please.
I don't know all the answers, but yes, I do believe that what they would be able to do for us is be able to look at the what's out there for solar panels. And so looking at the different grants that are available, writing the grants, yes, we would still probably have to have consultants and things like that, but they'd also be able to look at different proposals for solar, so that we might not be just doing it ourselves. It may be that that would be and be able to give us a report on price and what it would entail and give us an idea. And or they might be able to give us an alternate proposal on what it would cost or what would be the benefits to allow a company that does this on their own, at their own cost. And so right now, council doesn't have any information on how much it would cost to do it ourselves, or how much it would cost and what would be entailed, or how much, or what would be the benefits to allow a company to come in. Those are the kinds of things, or what else there is out there. That's where we need the expertise. I mean, we would, if we don't know all of the ins and outs of solar, we don't know what what's out there for us to take advantage of it, and they are able to write the grant applications. So I think we've talked about this a long time, and for many months. It's extremely frustrating to be still doing this in September.
Mr. Mayor, question.
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Quick question for you, and you should be able to pick up on this and due to your engineering background. So we're gonna use that if you don't mind. If you looked at our structures in the municipality and you looked at longevity for roof systems and strength, would you agree with me if I said that the Dundome would be the best possible location to set up a solar panel system? A stationary system on one of our buildings.
It's the first
there's
one I would look at, probably. Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, so if we called an electrical contractor and said how much to put a solar panel system on there, we would get a quote. If we were forthcoming with the contractor and said, listen, this is what we're thinking, we just want what would you think it would cost us to do this? And then we find out what kind of a return we could get hooking it back up to the grid. No, I know people that have done this private, and I know people that have signed on with companies and turned sections of their property over to do the same thing. So it's not a real hard exercise for someone to go through. But if we started, because I hear all of us agreeing that solar panels would be a good idea, but we don't know where to start. We don't know how to investigate, but we do. All we have to, it starts with one phone call. Call a company, even if it's somebody local that's done them, and say, I'm going to pay you to come out and give me a quote. It's not going to cost us tens of thousands of dollars to get that information. And it's something we all know it would most definitely be in our best interest, whether we do it and give it over to a company or we do it ourselves, to do solar panels. And that is a good location. That's a start for all of us. And I know we all could agree on that. I mean, if you're looking at green initiatives, I could spend $10,000 today, no problem. Let's do water testing on all of our lakes. We'll spend 10 grand, no problem. We're going to spend way more than 10 grand doing the solar panels, but I would be totally in favor of looking at it at least and seeing what the cost benefit analysis for us would be. Mr. Mayor, you brought up about, using ground and lake heat source and cooling source for buildings, right? We know that that's something we could do. Call somebody that does that and ask them, I'll pay you $500 to come out today and tell me what it would cost us to upgrade this to this. You do that with a few contractors, that's our data. And it's quick. It's easier for us to get. And then we can make a decision. I'm not saying we should opt out IceCap. Okay, I'm staying in as membership. That's fine and dandy. But there's lots of things that we can do with basic phone calls. One phone call.
Yeah, again, the only comment I'll make about the solar panels is that there's a little bit more to it because so you put solar panels, they generate electricity. What do you do with the electricity? So there's basically two sort of high-level options, which are controlled entirely by either IESO or Hydro One or both in our case. And one of them is you sell it back to the grid. You sell your power back to the grid and at a certain rate. And the other one is you do what's referred to as net metering, which is basically you use the power for your own purposes and you use it to offset what you therefore have to buy from the grid. If that makes sense to you. Okay, so there's kind of two ways. And those, like, you have to make an application for that. And if we did that today, I think we would not find out, I mean, there's still some feasibility things first, but we would not find out probably until sometime in 2026, whether in fact that they were going to let us connect to the grid and sell our surplus power to the grid, or whether we have to integrate it into our own electrical systems here and use it for our own purposes to reduce what we buy. And I'm just using that as an example to say it's not a reason not to do it. I would love to do it, right, to be honest, but I think I love to start the process, but it's just sometimes a little bit more than you think. Just calling a contractor and you say, sure, I'll sell you some solar panels. Then what? Councillor
No.
Bray,
Mr. Mayor, that's not what I was
Councillor Bray
talking.
was going to comment. I think.
See, you don't ask the contractor to sell it to you. You ask a contractor in the community that does that work, that has a vested interest because it's their tax dollars being spent. And you tell them you'll pay them for their honest answer on would it be a good thing and what would a ballpark number be to install a system like that. That's what contractors are good for. And we got some fantastic ones in this community, by the way.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe we can, if you can identify somebody that you think would actually do that project, I'd be interested, but yeah, there.
Councillor
Yeah,
Bray.
go ahead, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, we're getting off topic
Yeah.
here. We're
I'm
talking
sorry.
about a whole bunch of things and actually doing stuff. I think we need to make a decision on this now because we need to let Benjamin know where we stand. And I really feel like we've got to get this dealt with. If leave this meeting at least knowing whether we are a full member of IceCap or we're just and utilizing their services for the 10,000, or we're just going to be an IceCap member and have no other services available to us. I need to know that.
Okay.
I think trying to
So
generate a
I
list of things is not feasible
So,
today.
so I guess maybe I didn't understand where we're at with this. Is the issue really whether we, I'm taking it from this that we haven't paid IceCap anything other than our membership. Is that really the
That's
case?
correct.
That's accurate, Your Worship. We've paid our membership. We have not proceeded with the work plan, which are the things that I've identified in this report because it was subject to additional council discussion. So I think to simplify it, we want either direction to proceed with the work plan, or we want direction to proceed with some random projects that we could do ourselves.
Okay, Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, I'll wrap it up. In this 2-page report, there's nothing in there about grant writing. I would have loved to see apply for the following grants or something that would say, great, now you're doing something for us that, we have to put in 50%, but we'll get 50% from whatever. It's not in here, right? It just sort of rolls on with collecting data and doing stuff and whatever. My problem that I have with not going ahead with this 10,000 and giving it to IceCap is who takes charge? You know, who is it in the municipality that you're going to punt to and say, you're now our energy person in our community? And you know, I don't know that there's a person that comes to mind that could do that, right? So if we say no to the 10,000, then my guess is it'll just flutter off into the future, and we'll just keep talking about, well, maybe we should do this or that, or, I mean, you don't need direction for staff to go replace that thermostat. They can do that on their own, right? We know that's what the Councillor Nash and Woods are doing, are saying, you know, there's lots of stuff we can do. That's why I brought up the door up at Ardbeg. We shouldn't just stop and rely on this IceCap. So, you know, I have the tendency to support this for this year, but again, if it's going to be, we're always going to pay them for $10,000 so they can do studies and data and that sort of stuff. I think you'd be hard pressed to get my vote next year. Thank you.
Just through you, Your Worship, I think it's probably also worth pointing out that 10,000, this work plan may not be $10,000 investment for the rest of this year, simply because we've gone through 2/3 of the year already. That was an expectation for the full year, so we may, you know.
Yeah, but how do we pay that? Because I was going to ask that. Do we just give them $10,000 and they come back next year and say, well, you know, we updated some data and we did that, we didn't do anything else, right? And then our money's going to support somewhere else or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So do we pay them by project or something? Do
Well,
they say we're collecting data, so here that bill is 2,000 of the 10?
If I could, Your Worship, I think the way that would happen is through discussion. Following this meeting, there would be a discussion with IceCap to see what they're able to accomplish in the rest of the year for a work plan, and we would pay them that amount. My doubts are that it would be 10,000. I expect it would be less.
Okay, thank you.
And
That's right.
that amount of money is our portion in relation to all the other municipalities, our portion for paying for the expertise. Just like another municipality pays 100,000 for their specific person who is trained and educated in that to be able to look into projects and do that we're paying 10,000 as our portion of salaries to be able to be part of that, to have that expertise, to have those people who can help us. But we haven't even started to tap into them at all. No, we haven't started to tap in. Like
I'd rather tap in than just give them 10,000. When are we going to tap in? That's what it's all about, right?
Well, that's why we needed to know last May when we passed the budget, if we had the funding. We would have given us a lot more time to be able to do things. And again, that's the same thing with all the other committees. I mean, we go till May before the budget's passed, but I don't see the library closing down from January to May. I don't see environmental stewardship closing down from, or the cemetery board or any of those while we wait. It's being part of the community on climate action is what it's being part of. And you know, you can't just leave things to September and say, okay, now what are you going to do? I mean, I mean, we'll do the best we can, but again, we're in limited time right now. And of course, you're going to judge us next year at budget time on what happened this year, but we're held up because council won't decide. Now, how fair is that?
Well, every time it's come to council, I've decided. What do you mean council can't decide?
Well, it's never been passed that we would be.
No, we passed, and I was cast
You passed the money, but you didn't pass us.
No, but I mean,
Proceeding with IceCap.
then why didn't it come forward? Why didn't it come forward 3 months ago? It's coming forward now. That's got nothing to do with me.
It did. It did come
Well-
forward and there was still the same discussion. We don't want to pay for expertise. We want to just do projects. And that's been the discussion all the way through the budget process and to now. And we heard that again. So it's, yeah, it's been brought forward.
So,
And
yeah, how about this? Let's.
could I possibly-
I'm kind of inclined to say, look, I think at this, given the stage where we are in the year and so on, we should probably simply make the commitment to do this. But I'm certainly prepared to you know, add my weight to working with IceCap in the balance of this year to identify some specific things that we can consider at budget time for next year, so that there is some meat in the I know both Councillor Bray and I separately have spoken to them about this, about the need for us to try to get some traction on something where we can look and say, hey, we've got an initiative that we're working on, that we're going to do, and we're going to, if it's viable, then come budget time, then we'll be looking at putting some money into a budget. I do support the fact that there is like IceCap themselves are working on a number of fairly interesting things, which we won't get into today, but some of those have the potential to benefit this municipality a whole lot. So, and as well as others. So it's not that their expertise is wasted, but we're just not seeing anything coming out in the into our pipeline that and I understand why I understand the frustration around it, but let's see if we can let's approve this and see if we can get something that we can include in our budget for next year. And I'll volunteer to work with people to try and initiate what has to happen, and so we can get some options for us to consider and put our teeth into in 2026. How about that?
And could I just say one thing, Mr. Mayor? I'll try to wrap it up really quick, just on a couple of things that have been said there in the last few minutes. So we're comparing Georgian Bay to the Environmental Stewardship Committee or the library. Georgian Bay Biosphere is not the library. It's not the Agricultural Committee. It is not the Environmental Stewardship Committee. They are a charity, a registered charity. And for all the times that was spoken about this, I have not seen anything come forward that would say, do this, this, and this. We're asking questions today. Would would IceCap come and do the structural review on a building for us, or do they have to hire somebody? Do they do the work for the audits or not? We don't even know the answer. We don't know the answer to the simple questions about how it's run, other than they're a middleman. That's all they are. We can go on a website and look at probably 100 grants that we could write. All they want is money to give us data. That's it. If we want to pay money for data and then go and try to apply for a grant, let's give them the money. The only thing is, we have all the data from last year. We never applied for a single grant. We could have. That has nothing to do with IceCap. We have the data. IceCap could have told us what to apply for. They didn't. That's where I'm having the big problem. I think IceCap is just a middleman, and even if we get solar panels, as Councillor Wood said, it's going to be the same thing. I'm not going to be in favor of spending $10,000 at the end of the year, especially when Councillor Bray is saying, well, you're going to rate us on it. We only have part of the year. I don't know if it'll all be spent. You know, it's going to be hard for us to do it now. Well, then don't give the money. If that's what's being said to us, And the idea is we might not get what we should normally because it's so late in the year. Tell our works manager, go and find 3 windows to replace that are 10 years old. Go replace 2 doors and we'll spend the 10 grand. Our works manager can probably do a list for years and years and years, spending 10 grand on just little things in buildings without needing to have a PhD on what to do. And I think that's what Councillor Woods and I are trying to say. The green initiatives are great. Let's spend the money internally doing all the jobs that we as common people know about. Once those are all done with, maybe apply to Georgian Bay Biosphere in the future. And if we're giving 10 grand to Georgian Bay, does that mean that Parry Sound's giving 100 grand to Georgian Bay? If we're an 8% of the overall area? I don't think so from what I've heard. All it is a consultant to collect data. We can hire our own consultant to do our own review on a project that we think is fit. Councillor Bray can bring a project and say, I want solar panels. Councillor Nash can bring a project. Let's look at the dump. And then we can hire people to do those things because we know about them. So I won't be in favor of it. I'd support us spending the money in the community. And the other thing I have a little issue with is that Georgian Bay Biosphere is just a charity. That's all they are. I'm not saying that in a bad way, but they're a charity organization. They are not an independent organization. They are a charity. An independent organization to do this would be hiring our own consultants to do it, and would get the independent advice. So I have a big problem with that part of it. I'm not expecting that to be answered today. I'm sure they do fabulous work, but I just don't know if we need to belong to that and if we can do the work ourselves. That's all. So hopefully, yeah, if we just have a vote to see if, I think, Mr. Mayor, it's a simple vote, is do we spend the money on green initiatives and have staff do a few projects, or do we give the money to IceCap this year? I think that's just the simple vote, and I'll leave it at that. But thank you for entertaining me to speak again here. I appreciate it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
So I will support giving the 10,000 subject to Nigel and I guess Councillor Bray saying, this is what's expected. We're giving 10,000 because you can't do them all this year. You know, how many can you do? And maybe that's 5,000 or 8,000 or 4,000 or whatever, because we only have what, 3 months left in the year. So they can't do these things, and let's, you know, only give them the money for things they can accomplish. And I think everyone's heard, and including IceCap, that we want, you know, actionable items so that they can provide the leadership to say, we're applying for this, we're applying for that, we're doing this, and give some leadership to this whole area, which is very important, by the way. But I think we need to vote on this because, you know, people have waged war in time that we spent on this one item.
Okay, so thank you. I'm wondering, the way the motion on the floor is worded is that it direct administration to proceed with green initiative projects established by the conversation of this item. Well, I don't honestly think that we have done that. So I'm going to suggest that someone might make an amendment to say, and it could be the mover and seconder for that matter, but it's amended to say that they proceed with the IceCap 2025 work plan as identified in the CAO clerk's report, or in the report, and that and if you want, you can add something to the effect that with the expectation that we will have some projects to consider in the 2026 budget. Is that so? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here, but is there some way we can amend this? Because we don't have green initiative projects established by the conversation of this item. I don't think we do, but we do have some specific outcomes that were suggested in the report itself that our CAO clerk has provided, so. Can I just replace that with, you want an amendment?
Yes, please.
Well, thank you. That's okay. That's okay. We want to follow the proper procedures. So resolution number, this is 11.2. All right. That the council of the municipality Whitestone, well, amend. Well. So it's really just amend the second paragraph of the resolution to read that would be proceed with the, it's referred to in the report as the ISCAP 2025 first work plan, ISCAP 2025 work plan as set out in the report. Is that enough? So what I've got is we're amending, it's the last line of if you look at the motion on the screen, the last line where it says proceed with, and then it's got green initiative projects, cross out green initiative projects established by the conversation of this item and put the ISCAP 2025 work plan is set out in the report.
But again, that gives the authority, I guess, to spend the full 10,000, but there's nothing in there about, the conversation between Nigel and Janice and ISCAP as to what they can actually accomplish this year. So it may not be the full thing.
What you want to say with as much as possible of the 2025? The ISCAP.
I don't know the wording, but, or even if we just do that, that's fine. I mean, if this motion captures it, fine.
Through you, your worship, I don't think that the motion necessarily captured that, but I can certainly take that as direction to report back to council on what they're able to accomplish and what they're not, and what the price tag will be.
Okay, that's fine. But get them going on what they can do. Don't wait till another month and we're into the end of October or something.
So is there a mover and seconder for the amendment that I've suggested?
Okay.
So Councillor Bray is moving, seconded. Who was the seconder? Seconder was Councillor Woods. Well, the original motion. Are you going to second the amendment, Councillor Lamb? Thank you. Okay, any further discussion on the amendment?
No, could I just add, sorry, Mr. Mayor, for a recorded vote? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No problem. So this is a vote on the amendment to replace that last line of the resolution with highlighted on the screen right now. Okay.
It's coming out. What's going in? Do you have what's going in?
What's going in is after proceed with, it should say the ISCAP 2025 work plan is set out in the report.
Okay, thank you.
So it's on page 131 of 160 in the agenda, what the expectations were. Okay, so we can go with the question.
Okay, this is the recorded vote for the proposed amendment.
Yeah.
Councillor Nash?
Correct. Thank you, Deputy Clerk.
Yeah.
You didn't vote.
Sorry, your vote?
Your vote. Councillor Nash.
No.
Counselor Woods,
No.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. The amendment is carried, and my apologies, Counselor Nash. I worded that very inelegantly.
No
Okay,
problem at
so
all.
now the motion as amended then is with that last line crossed out. I'm just gonna say as amended here. Can I call the question on the main motion, please? All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, no.
Counselor Woods, no.
Okay, there are 3 hands up in the room. Do you want a recorded vote or no?
I guess not. Let's go on.
No, all right, the motion is carried as amended. We are at 1:45, and I think there is some lunch. Would you like to stop at this point, or because we have a couple more items in this section and then
Okay,
you ready for a break? Let's have a recess we'll say for what, half an hour, and we'll turn off the recording if you okay there? Yeah.
turn it on.
Okay.
Test. Okay.
Thanks, everybody. I think we're ready to come back. Our recording is back on again, and we're at right now. We are at item 11.3 in the agenda. Councillor Woods and Councillor Nash, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you fine, Mr. Mayor.
I
Thank
can
you.
hear you fine also, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. So 11.3 has to do with the DPSMA meeting, which is coming up on the 26th of September. Suggested motion is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the agenda for the DPSMA Fall 2024 meeting. That's the District of Parry Sound Municipal Association meeting, and it's September 26th, and approves the following council members and staff to attend the meeting. So can I get a mover and seconder? Councillor Bray is moving. Councillor Lamb is seconding. It's open for discussion. I guess maybe I should ask, is there anyone who does not? Anybody on council who does not intend to go, or? Is not available?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor
Yes.
Woods. I really like this association meeting that we have, right? These ones, I think they're great. I mean, we all went up to Calendar. I don't think Councillor Nash was there, but I'm sure the rest of us were all in attendance at the one up in Calendar. Our municipal association meetings, I think, are beneficial. That way we get to talk to the people, you know, right in our district, one-on-one kind of thing. And they do have some really good information sessions there. I'm going to say that I would like to go. That's just depends on what kind of meetings that I have coming up for medical things, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure you understand.
Okay, anybody? Well, I don't know, maybe I guess we should populate the list. I would certainly like to go, Councillor Lamb, you want?
Yeah,
Yes?
well,
So I'll just say, I'll just put some names here. Councillor Bray?
Yes.
And I'll put Councillor Woods. Councillor Nash?
If I'm able to, I'll be trying to attend.
Woods, I'll just put tentative. All right, what about staff?
I will attend, your worship.
CAO clerk, Black.
I noticed there is a property tax sale thing on there, so I'll check with the treasurer and see if it might be useful for her to come as well.
Okay, she was on the call, but she seems to have dropped off. Anybody else from staff will come or?
no, she's back on,
Oh,
at the bottom there.
oh, okay, yeah, sorry, I see what's happening. My list is overflowed the screen now. Okay, you're on holiday. Monday, treasurer. Koski. All right, well, I'll just put that tentative too, just in case. All right, so what I have to populate the list is, well, basically all of the councilors, two of them are Councillor Woods and Councillor Nash are tentative. And our CAO clerk and our treasurer, if she makes sense. So anyway, I think with that list that we could leave it then to staff to sort of firm it up as we get closer, and so that they do want a head count in advance so they know how many meals to order, that's all. Anyway, are you ready for the question on this? Can we? All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried. 11.4 is a staging request from a representative, I guess, of the contractor that is doing the Cashagaba Lake Dam. Well, I'll get it on the floor with the motion here, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone authorizes the CAO and mayor to enter into an agreement with the Ministry of Natural Resources and EXP. That's interesting. I guess ESP is the main contractor, to utilize the designated area shown on the attached schedule for equipment staging related to the Cashagaba Lake Dam project, effective immediately and continuing until project completion. Now you got a mover and seconder for that one, please.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Any Any comments on this, Mr. CAO Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. No, I don't have any additional, other than what I've provided. I simply was approached by the company. They are looking to start this project, I think very soon. And they actually touched base this morning wondering what the answer was on this request. So I advised that we will get back to them as soon as possible after the council meeting.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Nash. I have a couple of comments.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I know this is an M&R project, the dams. I feel that we have an obligation to work with the other ministries on capital projects like this. With that said, I don't think the agreement though is with M&R. I think the agreement is only with the contractor. Because M&R, of course, can, if they need any space, can just take up space on their own land a couple feet away. So I think the agreement, the motion should be amended to only include the contractor itself. But with that said, with any contractor, if they're going to be storing equipment there, I think it would be important that they have a fence up to delineate their area, but also that they provide us with a certificate of insurance, just naming the municipality should anything happen in that area that they're taking up during construction. And those are very, very easily gotten with any commercial insurance policy. It wouldn't cost them anything to do that. So I'd be in favor of providing or granting their request with it being to the contractor that they provide a certificate of insurance naming the municipality of it as additional insured just when they're doing work there. And what I would ask of them, just simply as a goodwill gesture, not contingent on it, but if they would think about putting a load, like a lift of gravel of 4 inches over the area that they're occupying. So for over that small area, if they could just add a little bit of gravel down a 4-inch cover there, as a goodwill gesture, but I'd still vote in favor of it regardless. I'd just ask if they could do that. So I'm not sure what others might think of those couple amendments, but I think the certificate of insurance is really important, as is the fencing off of the area as well. So those are my comments, and I wish them luck on their endeavor on replacing the dam on Bolger. So thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Lamb.
So, yeah, I'm in favor of this, obviously, but when I look at it, the map, like it says Clear Lake Road.
That's an error.
Yeah, so, because I thought, well, where is it on Clear Lake? It's not. So this is Bolger.
That's Samacoca, where it says Clear Lake Road, that should read Samacoca Trail East. And
Okay,
they don't,
good. So,
they
but
don't know that.
the area that they want to use, is that the area that we own? I mean, I can see the parking lot here in gray, and the docks and everything, but is that property ours? The red box?
I believe it is.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, is that not the area that we agreed to let the Pioneers Association clean up a bit to make
Yes,
like
it
a little
is.
bit more expanded parking? Yeah. So yeah, that would be ours, right?
There were trees in there, they were mostly dead trees because there's a bit of wetland almost there, but it was an area that got wet.
Okay.
And so the stumps were there and they removed them, and there is some gravel there, but although another load of gravel wouldn't hurt. I was just going to comment on the reason that the agreement was within the M&R is the M&R is the project owner. And the M&R does not have any property that they control in the area. Any crown land in the area is controlled by MECP because it's part of Wawashka-Nisku Conservation Reserve. So, but the M&R is funding and they are managing the project, right? So they're I mean, if you think about if it was a construction of a large office building or something, you have all kinds of contractors and consultants and so on working on the project potentially, but the owner is the of what's being built in this case, which is the Cashagava Dam, is the MNR. So that's why the MNR would say it's our project. We want to be a party to the agreement. I don't think I don't see why that would be an issue for us. But the other things, I guess, ultimately we will see an agreement, which will come from the MNR, right? I'm pretty sure. And we can put those things into it that you're suggesting, Councillor Nash. I don't, they probably already require the contractor to have insurance. That's probably, so it would be a case of them indemnifying the municipality, I would guess. But we could also maybe suggest to them that they might want to improve the area a bit that they're parking on. Those are all things that when we see what the agreement, you haven't seen an agreement, have you? I'm looking at our clerk here. He hasn't seen the agreement, so.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for answering those. I would assume it's probably just a simple email request. I don't know if it'd be a big formal agreement with them, but any constructor being in this industry, any constructor, the contractor would be the constructor. They'd be responsible for posting a notice of project. They'd be the ones that would have to supply the insurance because they're the ones physically doing the work. Somebody showing up to project to manage it. So that's why I'm suggesting, I think it can be a simple email. I don't think you need a formal agreement or anything. I think it can simply be that yes, Mr. Contractor or Contractor X, you can do this, but would ask for a few things. A, that you provide a certificate of insurance to us, that you fence the area off, and thirdly would ask if you could just put 4 inches of gravel down in the area that you're using, and that's it. I don't think there needs to be a formal agreement that you or the CAO need to sign. I think a simple email would probably be good. This is just a short-term 1 or 2 month thing. I look at this as the same as a contractor doing work on a lake that has an access point, and the works manager says to them, yes, you're able to dump some material and load your barge with it. It's the same thing. I don't think they enter big agreements, but I would hope that, we might do the certificate of insurance or something. So thank you. Sorry to speak twice there, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I should perhaps point out too, for everybody's edification, that the plan here, the dam that they're building is a concrete dam. So you're going to ask yourself the question, maybe where's concrete coming from? Well, the proposal is to mix the concrete at the site of the Ardbeg helipad, and then take it by helicopter, and they have a large helicopter, like a Jet Ranger size helicopter, from which they dangle a 3/4 yard bucket that contains the concrete, and they fly it over the dam site and hover there and lower the bucket down, and then the people that are pouring into the forms trip the lever on it, and it empties its contents into the forms, and the helicopter goes back and gets another one, and that'll be going on back and forth for I'm guessing probably 2 weeks. Anyway, maybe. So they had approached our fire chief about using the helipad, and again, there may be some requirement for us to get some insurance or something like that. It isn't going to stop the helipad from being used for other purposes. They're not going to be right in the middle of it. They're going to be off to the side of it, but it's sort of the closest landing place that they could find to that has road access, of course, because they're not bringing in any significant quantity of materials through Bolger Landing for reasons that those of you who have been there will understand. It's just not convenient. You got to get it to Bolger Landing, and then you got to get it onto a barge or something, and then you got to get the barge through the Narrows into Cashagaba and all the way to the end. So that's where the dam is. So that's a fairly big thing, but we may get another similar request like this. As I say, the fire chief has already, he was supposed to meet with them, I think, last week, and they got delayed and it didn't happen, but. So, anything else about this? Can we call the question? All those in favor? Hands are
Oh,
up in the room.
Are we, sorry, are we amending it to say that we're going to ask them to do the certificate of insurance and to fence the work areas off or anything? Or is that just you guys, whoever's dealing with it understands that this is what we're asking for, along with gravel at the staging area out at Bolger? Do we
Are
need
you
those?
okay with that as an
Through you, your
Is it
worship. Yes,
definitely?
I can just take that as direction
Yeah.
to establish that in the contract documents or email or whatever it ends up being.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so on the phone, are you in favor of the motions then? Of the
Councillor
motion?
Wood, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that brings us to correspondence. Back to correspondence, because we already dealt with a couple of items, but here's the suggested motion. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items as listed on page 5 of the September 16th, 2025 council meeting agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receives the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further information, for further discussion / action. So can I get a mover and seconder, and then we'll populate the list?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll take Councillor Woods moving and Councillor Lamb seconding. So let's look at the list. The list of items is item A is request to the province to complete 4-laning of Highway 400. I would like to speak to that very briefly. B is something from the town of North Bay or city of North Bay about the Ontario Resource Development Support Program becoming permanent. C is West Nipissing resolution regarding aerial spraying of glyphosates. D is an Armour Township resolution on family health teams. E is Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Carling and McDougall withdrawal from Perry Sound Planning Board, and I want to speak to that one. And I think Councillor Lamb does too. F is something from town of Goderich about agricultural soil health. G is Tweed calling for incineration of waste. H and H1 we already dealt with relating to the super school delays. I is the Whitestone Library. We already dealt with that one. And J is a council workshop that MMAH is doing. And if I'm not mistaken, it's a day that conflicts with our council meeting. Am I not correct? So I don't know if anybody, I would otherwise say it might be good for some people to go to it, but I think it conflicts with our next scheduled council meeting, which if we're going to send people, then we would have to, I think, reschedule the meeting. So I've got A. Anybody want B? C?
Mr.
No?
Mayor, if we could read C.
Sorry?
C.
Okay, what one were you asking for, Councillor Woods?
The glyphosate one, C. The spraying.
Oh,
that, West
glyphosate, all
Nipissing.
right, C, okay, D, Counselor Bray has asked for D. And we're gonna do E for sure. Anybody want F for G or? No? All right, so that what I have on the list then is item A, which is, that's 4-laning of Highway 400, North Parry Sound. And C is glyphosate. And D is family health teams. Teams, and E is Parry Sound Area Planning Board. Items. All right, so we have a list. I guess I'll start simply to draw your attention to item A. It is a resolution from the town of Parry Sound. I mention this because this has been a hot topic in FONOM for quite some time. And at AMO, and it even comes up at Roma, and even at AMO it comes up. This project has been delayed for reasons that I don't think we need to get into, but this is actually a FONOM resolution. This resolution it was initiated in FONOM. They're really trying to pressure the government to get on with this and get it done. You know, you get up past Nobel, and all of a sudden you're on quite a two-lane section, and it tends to be slow and it tends to be accident prone, especially in wintertime. So they're asking for us to support the resolution. And I would like to suggest that I guess we can draft a resolution for it, or leave it for the mayor and CAO to produce a resolution or something, but we should simply, again, I'm hoping that we would agree to record our support for it. It's an important thing for the district at large and for.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with what you're saying in terms of the highway. Can we have staff just come back with a motion like our next
Sure.
meeting? I don't think there's a timeliness to this, is there?
Probably not, no.
Yeah, so
It'd be nice if
that
there
would be
were.
my suggestion.
Okay. All right, so we've dealt with A. What was the next one? Number C, glyphosate. You wanted to speak to that, Councillor Woods?
Yeah, I'm in talking to, a lot of different people in our community about this and the spraying of chemicals, how they're doing it. I just was wondering if anybody else felt the same way that these people felt, because I don't think it's a fantastic idea, to be honest with you. There are ways to thin the bush and clean the bush, but that requires man hours, and they just want to spray the chemical to kill a bunch of things off. But long term, there's a lot more bad than good when it comes to spraying these chemicals, I believe. So I would think maybe come back and just do the same kind of idea, motion of support for them, right, for what they're saying. See how council feels about that. Just thought it was worth mentioning, Mr. Mayor, because there has been, quite a few people that have talked to me about the spraying of chemicals here in the municipality.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. I happen to, as some of you know, I happen to keep honeybees with varying degrees of success, not large quantities or anything, but there's a general consensus in the beekeeping community in North America that glyphosates are one of the things that is a contributor to colony collapse. And I don't think there's a week goes by that I don't read an article about some study that's happened. A lot of them are in the states, the central states and so on, where they really dump tons of these chemicals around. And some areas are facing unprecedented colony collapse. So I'm not in favor of them being used, and I am in favor of us supporting the West Nipissing motion. Anybody else want to, Councillor Bray?
Yeah, this was one other one I was going to ask as well, but thanks, Councillor Woods, for bringing it forward. I agree that we should support this because I think that this kind of spraying of herbicides, it just can't happen anymore. It's just too dangerous for the wildlife, for the as you say, the honeybees, and for people in the area.
Okay, anybody else on that one? Can we leave it for the same thing, Mr. CAO Clerk, that you bring back a motion for us to forward and support? Thank you. Item D, family health teams should have mandatory governance standards across the province. Councillor Ray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is similar to our discussions around the Near North District School Board, the idea of having things outside your area, having total control and not having an equal say. And I have, having worked in the East Perry Sound area a lot, I think it's important for us to support our fellow municipalities when they are trying to advocate for an equal voice on the family health team that controls their health, and that comes out of Muskoka, not Huntsville. So I would say that this again, we can support them by a resolution similar to this coming back and sending it forward. I think that they would like to have more say at that table, and I know that it's very difficult to get there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else on this one? I would support us. I would support us supporting it. Anybody else have any comments? Okay, so can we? It sounds like a third one that maybe we could come back to deal with. Okay, so the last one that I have on the list is item E. And I guess I started the discussion on this. So what I would and I understand that Councillor Lamb probably wants to speak to it too. So I wonder if I should pass the chair to Councillor Bray maybe, or somebody who's, or no. How do we want to do this?
Yeah, you know, you can stay in the chair, I think. You know, it doesn't matter to me.
Well, all right. I will start the discussion, and you have all seen what my position is. I would like to, in the motions, actually, this is the way we would normally handle this, is we would deal with the motion after we come out under business, after we come out of this discussion and under business arising from correspondence. And the only reason we couldn't do what we did with the last three ones that we discussed, the same thing, is that we're in essence responding to an opportunity to comment on something that is in the Regulatory Registry of Ontario, and the period of ends on September 27th. So by the time of the next meeting, that item in the registry will be closed to comment. And so MMAH is just so everybody's clear what's happening, the minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing has agreed in essence to release the municipalities of Carling and McDougall from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. So if nothing else happens as again, members of the public have an opportunity to comment between now and then on what they think of that. But and I'm going to suggest what our comment should be. But in any case, I think we can assume that that's going to happen one way or the other. The commitment was made fairly publicly, as I think you know. So what does that do? That leaves only the municipality of Whitestone and the township of McKellar still in the planning board. And for reasons which I've already shared with you, I think that doesn't make any sense to continue. I mean, with two municipalities, and it really begs the question: why is it necessary for councillors from any other municipality, not picking on McKellar particularly, but to be passing judgment on planning applications which this council has already discussed at length, and vice versa? Why should we be involved in doing this? The board in essence is being, in my view, reduced below below critical mass. Even if you thought that, even if you really believe that it's doing something useful, which I don't, but or adding particular value to our planning matters, then by the time there's only two municipalities left, it really kind of begs the question: why continue it? So this is an opportunity for us to comment. We don't have to comment. We can say nothing. But anyway, that's the crux of this particular issue. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know where, if you're talking at the meeting we had over calendar or whatever, that a minister, I think it was Graydon Smith, said,
Yeah.
you know, is that what you're talking about, that they're out? Because the planning board doesn't know that the Ontario government has decided the matter. I thought they wanted input to the matter by September the 27th, and then they'll make a decision. I don't think that decision is made yet, unless I'm missing something. I mean, the government has not said, we are going to get rid of we're going to allow McDougall and Carling out. And I've never seen, have we seen actual correspondence to that degree?
No, but this is a proposal by the minister.
No, but you said he's already agreed. And when you were talking.
Well, if he was not prepared to support it, then he would not have put it in the register, and
Okay.
our MPP would not have said what he said. So
Okay.
look, I don't speak for the minister, and I guess if people weighed in, I mean, with the purpose of this regulatory review is to provide people with an opportunity to say, please don't do this. This is a disaster. This is an unmitigated disaster because or whatever. And you might then change the mind of the government. So,
Yeah.
I mean, has it been
Well,
decided?
I
No.
don't read it that way, but anyway.
But what I heard from our MPP was a commitment.
Okay, well, having said that, this matter has already been decided by council with respect to McDougall and Carling in previous motions in 2024. And both times, the motions that went forward were that we did not support them exiting the board and the planning board. And you voted against that motion. You wanted them to be allowed to go out. So you just can't write a new motion and pretend that didn't happen. You would have had to ask for a reconsideration, in my mind, in order to deal with it. So I think that my motion that I've suggested to council kind of supersedes your motion, because you can't bring up that motion, in my opinion. And if you want, I think you've got the data here, but it was in September 2024 that we discussed it and made the decision. So you didn't suggest we rescind those two motions or whatever, and you can't do it. I could ask to rescind those motions. I'm not asking for it, but that's my position. And I do support, for the reasons in my motion, not allowing them out. And I think we should pass my motion and get it out before the 27th. So that's my position on it. I don't think it's allowed through the procedural bylaw for your motion to go forward. I appreciate your position and everything, and understand it. It's just, we got to do this right. So.
Well, I mean, you may be right about that. I mean, you're I recognize your right to your opinion. Well,
it's not just an opinion, it's fact. You can't go forward if you voted.
No. I mean, your opinion about the ultimate resolution.
Oh, I
Bill.
see. Okay. Yeah, sorry.
You know, I think this is somewhat I mean, what I was hoping, I suppose, was to really understand. I mean, in your comments, you've made some statements about I mean, what you circulated to council. I suppose people listening to this don't know what we're talking about. So maybe I wondered if you would take the opportunity to try to explain why you think there is value, because I don't see any value. And but I mean, maybe this is simply the fact that you are the chair of the board and you're defending your board, I guess. I don't know, but
no.
But I would suggest that ultimately we're going to be faced with this matter of whether it makes any sense for us to continue in a board that has only, which the only other participant is McKellar, assuming McKellar don't also ask to get out of it.
Well, I'm assuming that decision hasn't been made, and that's why they're asking for input. So I guess we differ there, but we're getting into a debate. I don't think we should, you know, and others need to weigh in, but I can certainly read my motion if that's what you're asking for.
Well, the time for that would be after we come out. Does anybody else want to comment on the matter? I should allow other members of council to comment if they want.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead, Councillor Nash.
And yeah, I do believe, I was just pulling up the procedural bylaw here. I do believe that Councillor Lamb is correct. Under reconsideration, when his motion has been decided, any member who voted with the majority may move for the motion to be reconsidered. And it's clear that under motion number 2024-478 and 2024-477, which related to Carling Township and Miss McDougall Township leaving the planning board, that Councillor Bray and Mayor Comrie were both in support of those two municipalities leaving the planning board. That has never been decided from what I know either, but on behalf of the ministry, and this is their process that they're going through, asking for public input, be it from our municipality or any other member of the public in regards to it. Now, I think in general, I think we'd be doing a really big disservice to our ratepayers if we did decide to exit the planning board. We sit here and talk about how we may need to hire somebody to write grants for us, or we don't have staff that can, I'm going to use ticket people. Yet we're going to run a whole planning division in our municipality when we can't do simple tasks, some things, because we're all said we're too busy or we don't have qualified people. With that being said, the biggest reason that I feel it's vital that we have a separate entity looking at planning items is because council can be too involved. Staff can be too involved. It's such a small community that at the end of the day, a decision needs to be taken away from us a little bit and put to the planning board itself. And I think that saves us money in the long run, because I think if we were making decisions on our own, we'd be at the OLT so much more than if we're not. And the other big thing is when we engaged our planners, I said that I think it's going to cost about 200 to 300 times more for the average person to do something in Whitestone when we're engaging our planners. Today was a perfect example, $30,000 for what was seen done on the official plan so far. If we were to take it away from the planning board and do it ourselves and have our planning consultants do it, people are going to be paying astronomical amounts, and there's going to be a lot more fighting because we don't have that expertise. The planning board has it. Even if we as a municipality have to pay an extra $25,000 or $30,000 to be part of the planning board, it would save us money in the long run. So I'm in full support of us reiterating that we don't want to leave the planning board ever. But the biggest thing is in reasserting that we don't want either McDougall or Carling to leave the planning board, because they also bring items like what I've just said to the table. And I think it's doing an injustice for the ratepayers in the overall West Parry Sound District when the municipalities are doing it themselves. Just look at what happened with Parry Sound. Everybody knows that that has been a really, really, really rough start since they've exited, and everything pretty much has come to a stall and still is, and they can't sort out what they're doing. And do we want that for the other municipalities that are still involved? And I think we all know the answer of that to be no. So I'll be in support of the motion that it sounds like Councillor Lamb will be bringing forward from what he sent to us all, in reaffirming that the planning board members not leave, and that we as Whitestone support the planning board going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wishes to comment on this? And Councillor Bray.
Mr. Mayor, I'll wait till we actually have a motion to
All right.
to talk to.
Councillor Woods, did you have any comments you want to make at this point, or?
No, I'm okay at this point, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, we've had a discussion.
Can I introduce my motion then? Do you have a copy of it?
Why don't you wait till we're finished and then we'll do it?
Okay.
Because we have a section entitled, if I'm not mistaken, business matters arising from
Oh, I
correspondence.
see, sure.
Okay,
All right.
so I guess I'm just nitpicking here. Oh, we would take a motion to, or we should have a vote to on this resolution that allowed us to discuss this in the first place. So all those in favor of us receiving those items for information and discussing them, which we've already done.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, that's carried. So now, under business arising or matters arising from correspondence, we could have a, Councillor Lamb can I guess make his motion.
Yeah, do you want to read it or you want me to read it?
Well, if you want to pass it to me, I'll read it and then you can move it.
I think you have a copy of it, do you not?
Well, I didn't print it out, but unless it's, oh, maybe it is sitting here. It is. I'm sorry. I
Okay, good.
apologize. I apologize.
you.
You didn't need to give me here.
And I'll move my motion once you read it.
All right. This is in respect of item E, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Carling and McDougall withdrawal from Parry Sound Area Planning Board. Whereas official plans are unique to each jurisdiction in West Parry Sound District, and
What?
oh no, sorry, that's
Yeah.
you.
Say no, what?
And that's not the one. I'm sorry. I should have realized that was only a page. Whereas the Parry Sound Area Planning Board is a joint planning agency that has been servicing the West Parry Sound municipalities for land division applications for the past 40 years. And whereas this service has been helpful and successful in assisting the public and the councils with their land division needs. And whereas all of the member municipalities have similar land use planning concerns. And whereas any further diminishing of the member municipalities will jeopardize the viability of the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. And whereas Council of Whitestone Resolutions 2024-477 and 2024-478 pertain to the requests submitted by the Township of Carling and the Township of McDougall to withdraw from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. And whereas the majority of council voted on December 10th, 2024, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does not support the Township of Carling and the Township of McDougall's request for their withdrawal for the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby petitions the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing to preserve the current structure of the Parry Sound Area Planning Board and deny any removal of any of its member municipalities in order to continue to provide a forum of area-wide planning reviews, preserve administrative efficiencies, and recognize the special function of the planning board in the West Parry Sound District.
I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor
Okay.
Lynn. Seconder?
I can, Councillor Nash.
Moved by Councillor Nash. Okay, so is there any further discussion? Councillor Bray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I voted against this kind of a motion before, and I will vote against it again, just because I've had discussions with both people, councillors in both Carling and the municipality of McDougall, and talked to them about what the reasoning for their wanting to leave. And I see that, you know, they have valid reasons for wanting to do it on their own, just like the same things happen in other municipalities. So I can see where they would like to be in full control of their own planning. I think that maybe the municipalities on a whole have evolved a lot to being able to handle all of these things on their own. I'm not sure how it would work with just McKellar and ourselves, but I would suggest that since they really do wish to leave the planning board, that be allowed, and we move on from there and see where we go. So I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, just through you, Mr. Mayor. Both McDougall and Carling have hired full-time planners. And I know in Carling, for instance, Ryan Snowball is in the area of $120,000 a year plus benefits, etc. And I don't know what the cost in McDougall was. They had a really hard time finding a planner to begin with. And then when they did, they weren't there very long and they quit. And now they've got a retired planner, I think, in there. So yeah, if they say that Carling and McDougall are out, the viability of the planning board may well be at risk, but I wouldn't do it without a study and looking at options and having something come to council rather than just say, well, you know, we're out, right? You obviously, if that were to happen, don't need a full-time representative like Patrick Christie anymore, but Patrick does other consulting work, has done it for us in the last couple months. So, you know, it could well be that you know, you could half the salary and split it with McKellar, for instance, and it makes it much more viable. I know it'll cost us more money. The other option at the planning board is you just increase the fees, right? And the pay. So there's all kinds of options that we could look at in the event that they allow Carling and McDougall to come out. So I have not made that conclusion as to the viability of it in long term. I think there are options. So anyway, yeah, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
I'll just be real quick. I just think, you know, for as much as I hear from all the different municipalities about the importance of all of us staying in on certain things and, you know, the keeping the character of our areas and the, you know, not all exactly the same, but the same kind of idea, the same thing moving forward. And, you know, us to participate in multi-million-dollar projects together to show good faith and be part of the group. And now everybody wants to bail on the planning board. I think it's kind of ironic. I'll just leave my comments at that, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, Councillor Nash, I'll just have a closing comment here. I think Councillor Woods just hit a nail on the head there, so to speak, in the sense of we just had a big debate earlier today about ice cap and how we all have to band together, and it's a picture for the bigger good. And yet some of us are now saying, well, let's exit it because it's not the bigger good. Some other people want out of it, so we should have them out of it. So what Councillor Wood said is correct. We can all change our minds and stuff, but to hear it in the same meeting on two different things is quite amazing to me. And I don't think everybody fully understands that full importance of the planning board unless you understand planning from a very high level and understand that we aren't capable of small municipalities of doing this. That's why we're only a commenting agency. And that's why so many other jurisdictions outside of West Parry Sound still have planning boards around. We're not the only area that has planning boards. Many, many other jurisdictions still have planning boards. When it's left to municipalities, that's because they normally have a large team of planners or architects or, you know, and we just don't have that resource here, and I think we're forgetting that. But anyways, we'll see what the vote comes out as, and I hope the proposed motion passes, and I hope the ministry understands the importance of a planning board for smaller municipalities. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm going to call the question. I will simply leave you with two sort of one-line thoughts. The first one is that I still have not heard. I've heard statements. Oh yes, it adds value, and we have common concerns and various things like that. But I have not heard how the planning board in the last few years that I've been on council, I have not seen or heard in this discussion how it actually adds value to the process and results in better outcomes. I see no evidence whatever of that. And the other thing that I caution you is that I hope that this argument that's being made is not interpreted by the municipality, Municipal Affairs and Housing as a request for amalgamation, because that's kind of what it sounds like to me. Like if you're saying we're saying, well, we can't do this on our own. We need people from other municipalities to help us do it. That's not a door that I really would want to open, but anyway, we'll see what happens. I don't believe that this. I think you will discover in the next few weeks that it's down to 2 municipalities, and then it'll depend whether those 2 municipalities really want you know, see that the time that they're spending together functioning, representative spending as a planning board is worth, you know, is accomplishing more than what they could have done when they spent the time considering the applications themselves in their own separate councils, which is what we do anyway. Like if we weren't doing this, if we were just deferring the decisions to the board, that would be one thing, but we're not. We spend a lot of time on them. And in many cases, you'll know, over the last years, we have challenged what the board has sent us. The board sends us something over the transom, we look at it, we say, wait a minute, we don't agree with that. That's not right. So I think it's an anachronism and it's time for us to move on. Anyway, I'm going to call the question. We might as well not. Maybe
we can have a recorded vote, please.
Okay, the mover, it's been moved and seconded. Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Do you want to call the roll, please?
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Counselor Bray,
No.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
No.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Sorry, I had a blank form here, so I'm just going to recap this. The motion is carried for sure, but tell me the order again that you had so I don't confuse you later on. What?
All right, thank you. We started with Counselor Woods.
Yeah, who
Yeah.
said yes? Counselor,
Bray,
yeah,
Counselor Lamb,
yeah.
Counselor Nash.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to
Welcome.
get the Nash. Okay, all right. Sorry, I just want to record the resolution correctly. All right. Counselor items. Are there any counselor items today? Counselor Lamb.
Through you.
Just, sorry, Counselor Lamb is going first.
Just a
And-
comment, I think the Twist property looks wonderful, you know. The staff works department did a great job. Where did we pull all the material to? McDougall or somewhere? Where's all the material from the Twist? Where'd that go?
Through you, your worship, I believe it did go to McDougall. It was loaded into bins and removed. So I'm assuming it went to McDougall.
Well, I think it actually looks better with the building down than it did. It gives you an experience of how big the land is, right? And as you said, it kind of looks like a park, but I think once we finish filling in the ditch, I'll call it, between the nurse's station and that property, I guess it could be used for parking or whatever. So I don't know whether we plan to plow a bit of that in the winter. But if someone was coming here for a snowmobile trip for a day, they now have a place to park their truck and sled and away they go and come back, right? Things like that. But it looks much better. And people have to remember that council here thought that the building was being climate controlled, if you will, and that's what we were told, only it wasn't being climate controlled. And that, I think, over the 2 or 3 year period that we had it, since it was a dirt basement, that's where a lot of mold came in and forced us to take the building down. So, but anyway, again, I just want to congratulate the Works Department. You've done a good job there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other counselor comment or counselor items?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Yeah.
Counselor Nash. I have 2 items. One of them was a quick update, but then just to get council's suggestions on something, and the other one was about the bylaw enforcement. So I'll do the West Committee update first. So at our last meeting last week, the members spoke about one of the initiatives, which is garbage cans, the bear proof, I'll call it garbage cans, which, if council remembers, was brought up several months ago. And at the time, we'd spoken about the 3 invasive species signs that were going at Bolger, Dunchurch Community Center area, and Gooseneck, and that it would make sense for the bear-proof garbage cans to go at the same locations. Our works manager went out and got several prices, and through the West Committee, it was decided on the garbage cans that you'd often see, or what you'd think are the bear-proof garbage cans. They're kind of rectangular with the square lid on top, kind of on a little bit of an angle. You'd see them at most of the provincial parks and things. So there's a quote that came from that company, and they're I'm rounding here, but $3,800 each for a double bin. So at the West Committee, it was decided that one would go, of course, at the Dunchurch Community Center beach there. And we thought it would be best for council to speak to the location for the other one. We don't have enough in our budget this year to do the 3 locations because they are, $3,800 each. I asked the CAO to check about the West budget, which was $10,000 for the year. And currently what remains is $5,800. But the West Committee did get a $2,000 grant for the invasive species sign. So if we take that grant into consideration, we have about $7,800 left in the budget if council understands that we're using the $2,000. So we're actually spending $12,000 in the year, of which the $2,000 was a grant. So I think Councillor Woods and I, along with the members of the West, just want to see where that second location would be suggested from council, and want to make sure that they understand the cost would be $7,800 for the 2. So the West Committee would be spending a total of $12,000, of which $2,000 was a grant, so would still be within that $10,000 budget, taking the $2,000 grant into account. So thoughts on that, and then we can direct the work department to order and where they'd be going. So comments, if anybody has them, I'd ask, please, or suggestions.
Does the West not have a suggestion based on where they think they're most needed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with that being said, we agreed that it made sense to have them at the 3 locations, which was Bolger, Gooseneck, and Dunchurch, because that's the 3 areas of the signs, and the signs say about throwing your garbage and any debris that you might have. But with that said, and speaking to the Works Department, it's, Bolger is a little bit further away. Do we want Bolger to be the second test site, or do we want Gooseneck to be the second test site? And for that, we thought we'd let council decide instead of the West Committee deciding. We just thought we'd get council's opinion on which one of those 2 spots they thought would be good as a testing area. And if this works out, hopefully next year would be the 3rd location and maybe do some other ones, right? So if that answers the question, I hope.
Since I raised the question, I'll give you my opinion, which is that one of the factors, of course, is that once you put these things in place, somebody has to come empty them. And for our staff to be going back collecting garbage at Bolger that's a fair junket. So I would be putting it at Gooseneck or Washkish, or someplace that is closer, where you can actually easily empty it, right? So I don't know. I don't know. I suppose the question is, are bears a problem at Gooseneck or Washkish? At the landings, I don't have a sense that they are, but maybe
Is there bears here at Dunchurch? I've never
Well,
heard of a bear.
No,
Well, I can tell you, the bear walks through my yard every day, so he's not too far away from the town beach, and they travel, to the dump for the easy meals. I'm just
Yeah,
down the road, right?
good
We got a
point.
lot of bear activity this year, to be honest with you.
anywhere close to a dump, a landfill site, you're gonna have bears, yeah.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, Mr. Mayor, the goal would be that if this test project, we'll call it, is a success, that, an invasive species sign would go up at Wawash next year along with the garbage can. We're trying to situate this that wherever there is a invasive species sign, there's also a garbage can. I do hear you on the viability of going out and checking it all the time at Bolger. But we just wanted to get council's take on that instead of us making a decision, because it is only 2 and not 3 garbage cans that we can afford this year. That's all.
How big are they, Councillor Nash?
They'd be around 2 foot wide by about 4 foot long. So there's 2 garbage cans. You can use one for recycle and one for garbage. So each garbage can is about 2 foot by 2 foot. And they're brownish in color and kind of a rectangular square, if you can think about it like that. So they're not very big. They just have a lid on them that you have to grab and push to open it so that the bears can't get in them. Yeah.
Okay, I'd just like to point out, by the way, that we now do have the responsibility to collect garbage out at Bolger. That's, we've given that up by the agreement that we're signing, right? We didn't leave with the Magneto Pioneers Association that they'll pick up the garbage. Again, I'm not suggesting the bin go out to Boulder, but we do have that situation. So.
Yeah, and as a group, we'd love to do all 3 locations, but that would put the group over budget by $3,800, right? I think every single person on the committee would love to say, let's order 3 of them and put them at 3 locations. But again, that would have to be council's decision. We just didn't want to really go over budget without speaking to council first and apprising council of the situation of the price of them. And knowing that, again, part of the environmental committee, we wanted to have the double garbage cans, one for garbage and one for recycling, trying to promote the recycling angle too, right? So
when you say $3,800, that's for 2.
That's for one garbage, like one location. The 2 garbage cans combined is $3,800. For 2 locations would be $7,800, right? Which would use up the rest of our budget for the year. If we wanted to do 3 locations, we'd actually go over budget for the committee by about $3,800, right? So.
Councillor Bray.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nash, I was just wondering how much do they hold, especially the garbage one?
Sorry, Councillor Bray, just let me try and look here on the image if I can. Just bear with me. Just going to pull it up here. I could guess when I say they're about 2 foot by 2 foot by 4 foot, but I don't want to tell you the wrong number. Where is it here?
So someone's large garbage bag.
You can see it in the picture.
Could fill it. If somebody
Yeah.
brought a large garbage bag of garbage, it would be full. And then people would start putting it out beside and around.
That's true.
And I
Well,
think
yeah.
that was the reason a long time ago that they didn't have garbage cans at any of these sites, was because of the issue of trying to empty them enough. And if you go in the summertime, I mean, they could be going, they would have to go daily.
Well, yeah, the idea isn't for this to be a garbage can for people to use as their own waste disposal bin, just like you don't see people doing that in many parks or many shopping malls. You'll get the odd person that wants to be a, and we'll do it. But at the same time, these bear-proof garbage cans, it would be pretty hard to shove a full garbage bag into it. And I'm sure if people start doing that, we'll just take the garbage cans away. But at the same time, we're supposed to be going to our boat launches, I believe, at least once a week to make sure for safety reasons that everything's in place and stuff. So it would just be part of the crew's daily activities, as was spoken about in the past, about them picking up the garbage bags and taking them back. I'm still trying to find that amount. I'm not sure if staff might have those dimensions. I'm just trying to pull it up on my phone here, so I'm having a little bit of difficulty, Councillor Bray, just looking for it here. But they do have like a solid lid on them, so they're not like an open top garbage can that you'd think of, if that makes any sense. Oh, did I lose everybody? Or are you still there? Sorry.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
we're,
I'm just trying.
we're still, I mean, I think, did you get the response you wanted from the comments that people made, Councillor Nash?
Well, it's just a matter of where we think the second garbage can should go. So I don't know if people might just be able to go around the table and suggest where they think would make the most sense. Councillor Woods, did you get the answer we needed? Maybe I missed it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In my opinion, as much as I would like to see these at every single one of our launches, by the way, eventually, and the argument that we took garbage cans away and that would encourage people to take their garbage home with them, to me, that was nonsense, because I pull bottles and cans and garbage out of that beach every time that I go there. The same when I go swimming or fishing over at Gooseneck. If you go to the men's washroom anyways, at the municipal office in the landing there, right? The garbage cans are overflowing on the weekends, and it's with food garbage because nobody has anywhere else to put the garbage. I've had multiple kids come up to me, and I could tell you, if you talk to the moms in the school that use the beach regularly, their demand has always been, why did you take the garbage cans away? This is nuts. So to me, all of our launches eventually will get them. The first one most definitely would be the beach because it's the most used. I do understand how serviceability is going to be a bit of a challenge for staff to get out to Bolger, to empty it a little bit more regularly. But in saying that, most people will pick up garbage when they see it around the lake because we all want our lakes and our forests to stay clean, right? So, I mean, serviceability, Gooseneck obviously would be much easier for staff to get to. I would say put them both there, but I do honestly feel everywhere that we have a landing or we have a park, we should have a garbage receptacle. And if that means that some ignorant person leaves their household garbage there, well, they would do it anyways because they leave it outside of the gate sometimes, but we've seen, not as much of that happening. And it used to happen quite a lot more regularly. So I would say the town beach, Gooseneck, and in hopes that eventually we have them everywhere.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on this?
I think Councillor Woods has made our decision. I guess I think it's Gooseneck. So
yeah.
And I was just going to answer Councillor Bray's question about the size. So Councillor Bray, the garbage can is 18 cubic feet or 130 US gallons or 500 liter capacity. And they weigh 295 pounds each. That's with no garbage in. And they use a 42-inch by 50-inch plastic bag, if that helps at all. So they're heavy and durable, and they sit on a concrete pad.
How big is the bag?
42 inch, uses a 2.5 millimeter, 42-inch by 50-inch bag.
That's been each half of it, I think.
Yeah, I believe you're
Yeah,
right.
So
Mr.
staff's gonna be able to take that bag out of there.
Yeah, that's just, I think that's a standard heavy-duty construction bag.
Okay,
Clear back.
Okay. So
So-
thanks, everybody, for that.
Yeah, so
Anything-
that was the one item. So thank you very much for everybody's input on that. And we'll work with the Works Department and get the two of them ordered. And then the other one was just the bylaw. So I've been speaking a little bit with the CAO. I've been getting a few emails and I've been doing a few rounds on some of the boat launches and things like that, like I like to do. And I think I mentioned to the CAO that I was going to be mentioning it today. And I'd like to get other people's take on it because I don't quite understand. We've hired a bylaw officer, as we all know, and we passed bylaws about parking, be it handicap parking, be it parking a boat trailer not attached to a vehicle, whatever it might be. And every weekend that I've been out to Wawashkesh, there's always several trailers there, of which a couple trailers have been there well over a couple years. And when I inquire about it, I keep asking, why aren't they getting tickets? And I just want to get council take on it so we can make sure to give our bylaw officer or staff, I guess, reiterate direction so that they can pass it on. But right now, we're only still issuing warnings. And if I was to park my trailer there April 21st of this year and never come back to my trailer, nobody would do anything with that trailer because my warning sign would be still on it. And because the trailer hasn't moved, the person might not have seen the warning, so therefore they won't get a ticket. And I thought what we were doing was people get tickets if their boat trailers or trailers aren't attached to their vehicles, and they get towed. I don't understand why we have bylaw officers if we don't write tickets. I know there's trailers out at Bolger or a trailer. I know there's trailers out at Wawashkesh. I know there was a trailer out at Gooseneck. And I have inquired with the bylaw officer, and it's, well, I'm giving warnings, or we have to give warnings. And I'd like to just get it clarified today. Are we supposed to be giving warnings, or are we supposed to be giving tickets a year after it? And if I park in a handicap parking spot, well, I better be getting a warning too if the person with the boat trailer is getting a warning, which I don't think anybody should get warnings. If we're giving tickets, we have to have our bylaw officer issuing tickets. There's no point for a bylaw officer if all they do is issue warnings and let you park your trailer there all year because you never go and move it. So I don't know what other people's take are. I'm gonna guess that people are kind of shocked in what I'm saying, and they would not have thought that trailers can sit there all year and they wouldn't be getting a ticket from what I think everybody thought. And with that said, I do think we just need to make sure our signages are all there, which they are, but I know staff just, I think, needs some clarification on what council was wanting, and I don't remember that we ever passed a motion as council to say give warnings, only give warnings, right? I think that was for the very beginning of it last year to say, if anything, we'll give everybody the reasonable doubt for a little bit to understand that this is what's happening. So other thoughts on that? And then I'll do a motion too, but I'm hoping it can just be staff action.
I'm going to ask the CAO clerk to respond, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can respond to some of it for sure. I know that is the approach that bylaw enforcement has been taking, that we would issue a warning, and then on second offense, it would be a ticket, and then we would consider towing. In some cases, she's had difficulty in doing that necessarily because of lack of ownership details. So some of these trailers that have been there for long periods of time did not have plates on them, so you couldn't easily ascertain who owned them in order to write a ticket. So there are some complicating matters, but we think we've resolved them. In the meantime, I do think, Councillor Nash has raised the idea of do you want us simply to be writing tickets, or anywhere I've been in the past and done bylaw enforcement, it's always warning, ticket, then action. I consider that to be standard bylaw practice. If you want us just to write tickets, provide that direction and we'll do it, I guess is the best thing. With respect to Bolger Landing, that is not part of the existing work plan for the bylaw enforcement officer. I did not think, and I do not think that that we need to be sending the bylaw enforcement officer to Bolger Landing on a regular basis. She certainly doesn't have a vehicle that's equipped for that. We didn't require it in the contract. So I did not envision us doing parking bylaw enforcement at Bolger Landing. And again, if that's a direction you want to give us, we'll have to look at how to equip the contractor to be able to do it. But I had not envisioned that as being part of her duties in her contract.
Okay, and does anyone else wish to comment? Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, just on that, Nigel, I think we should be enforcing our bylaws throughout our municipality. And if our bylaw officer doesn't have a car, then certainly they could borrow another car in the fleet, if you will, at the odd time they have to go up to Bolger. But we can't say if you've got a dog barking constantly up in Bolger, we're not going to respond to you at all, because we can't do anything about it. So that's my comment on that. We should be doing something so we enforce our bylaws throughout the municipality. I've seen our bylaw officer. I've been involved in 2 situations where she's handled it very well. She didn't issue tickets. She took stories from both the person making the claim and the plaintiff and the whatever, and she solved both situations. And she wrote back and got back to them in writing what her facts were and whatever. So I was very impressed on that. But I also agree that when it comes to warnings, like if you have a warning and someone boats there without a license, and then a month later it's still there with a warning on, a month later it's still there, I'd be towing it away, to tow it to our yard. And I guess you'll hear probably by the end of the year, you just can't go on forever. One of the trailers up there, if you ask me, or I think I got the name, he's been up there, that snowmobile trailer, the black one's been up there for 3 years, 4 years or whatever. And if that's one that you're talking about, then he either moves it or we tow it away, right? The only time that I'm firm, or would be firm, on giving a ticket versus a warning is someone who parks in a handicap accessible zone and they don't have a ticket. That should go immediately to a ticket. And we had that issue, you wouldn't have known of it, but we had that issue with our previous bylaw officer who gave warnings, right? And I don't think you get a warning. You know full well what you're doing when you go into a handicap parking. And I'll guarantee you, if I went to Burlington or Toronto or Hamilton or Barrie or anywhere else, and you were in a handicap zone, you don't get a nice warning on your dash, right? So that's where I want a ticket, right? Go directly to a ticket. So those are my general thoughts on it. Thank you. And I think she should be patrolling our public landing, what we own. She should be patrolling on a regular basis. Maybe every week or every 2 weeks or something. She should be out at Wawashka. She should be down here. She should be at our various landings and stuff. Just to make sure stuff isn't going on. Thank you.
Just one thing through you, Mr. Mayor, just to add to what Councillor Lamb just said there. When it is in regards to the warnings, I would understand if it was a warning, we're giving you a ticket, we're giving you a warning today, and we're going to come back and check tomorrow. And if it's still there, we're going to issue you a ticket. But to hear the rationale of, well, I'll put a warning on And if that warning is still on the trailer a month from now and they haven't seen it, I'll let it go. That's the part that I find totally inappropriate, because as soon as people know that, which they'll now know it because they're listening to this, people just will never move their trailers, and they'll say, well, I'll get one ticket a year for $100 for my trailer, no big deal. So I think if somebody does get a warning on a ticket, the bylaw officer should go back within 24 hours and ticket that person, something like that. And if there is no license plate on a vehicle in our parking lot, doesn't matter if it's a vehicle or if it's a trailer, they should be towed right away. You're not supposed to have unlicensed vehicles, I don't think, in the parking lots anyways, because they're not supposed to be on the roadways. So therefore, somebody couldn't move it. So if there's no license plate on it, I think they get a ticket right away. Again, I don't know what others think of that, but that's my thought. And
Mr. Mayor, if I could say something, if nobody
Yeah,
else.
go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I mean, you would, like, when we passed the bylaw, the no trailers unattached from vehicles at our landings, and, you know, no parking on the one side of it's Indian Narrows, I want to say, right? We got signage. We want everybody to park here, not park over there with boat trailers. To me, they're all just basic parking infractions. I mean, we had a period where we extended a little bit of, you know, ease, and we're not going to hit everybody with a ticket right away. But honestly, if you think about this, if we went to Perry Sound and parked somewhere where there was no parking, you'd get a ticket. And that's just only in Perry Sound, never mind the city. And I know, because I had multiple tickets in the city. I've never had a warning for anything. There are, I'll call them the repeat offenders, that they know what they're doing. They're trying to manipulate the system and leaving trailers there for years and years. Like, I have pictures of this municipality since I came up here, of all the landings on the lakes, because that's what I do. I like to go out and take pictures of things. But if you parked in a fire route, you should get a ticket. If you're parked in a handicap spot and you don't have your pass, you get a ticket. I got one when I had an accessibility pass after my car accident. I got a ticket because I didn't display it properly. And then I had to go down and state my case, and they reduced my ticket a little bit. But I still got a ticket and I still had to pay something. They're basic parking infractions. People know this. You just have some people that are trying to manipulate the system. And I can appreciate that the bylaw officer, one, she's pretty new, and I've heard she's been doing a pretty good job. I can appreciate her trying to extend a little bit of leeway to people, but I think we're at the point now, the bylaw has been in effect for long enough, more than enough people know. And to me, it's the people that thumb their nose at it, where you see a trailer that's parked directly in front of the sign with the bylaw that we just passed, and it's not attached to a trailer, and it's left there for days and days on end. People like that should most definitely get a ticket. There's no warning. You get a ticket.
Okay, so I think we've covered the subject. I simply have a question for our CAO. In the past, a problem with issuing tickets was the fact that when you write a ticket, you have to be able to identify the owner of the vehicle. Do we have a mechanism now at our disposal to identify the owner of the vehicle?
Through you, Your Worship. The only method we have of doing that is contacting the OPP. And so yes, we do have it. It takes communication with the OPP.
Yeah,
Well,
and that is the reason, Councillor Lamb, why the warnings were issued for the handicapped, because our bylaw officer has never, and now I'm hearing still does not have the ability to go and just look up who the owner is. So essentially what they do, and they is for that, because that's a provincial offense. Remember, you can charge them either under our bylaw or under the provincial offense. So the goal is to try to get the OPP to come and ticket them, but they won't, because then it's going to go to court. But they won't. They won't come out here for a parking ticket. The OPP won't. And so if we don't get the information from them, then the bylaw officer is left with putting a notice on it.
If you
So-
pull it away, if you
Um,
pull it away and put it in, up near the ballpark there, they'll come and get a hold of the municipality pretty quickly.
And
So
through
what's-
you,
If you
Mr.
took
Mayor,
that same trailer that's sitting there for weeks on end with a warning sign on it and you pulled it to our yard, and left
Oh,
it there, I guarantee you'll hear from the
Well,
owner.
I mean, that's a separate issue. Especially if it doesn't have any plates on it, there is no reason that we couldn't tow it if we wanted. And we've threatened in the past, we've threatened people with that in the past. Like, they know that's a consequence. If you just abandon a vehicle somewhere where you're not supposed to, then you can't come back and say, well, you touched my property, you know, or they can't come back and say, well, you municipality touched my property. But I just want everybody to realize that there are some practical limitations. Like our bylaw officer does not have the same authority as an OPP officer does.
Yeah,
And
yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, just a couple things on that. For the last 2 years, I've heard from our past CAO, we should be getting the information so we can write tickets directly. We're working with the OPP or working with I think it's the Ministry of Transportation, actually. What happened to that? That's 2 years ago. Why do we have a bylaw officer if we can't give tickets? There's no point. Why do we engage somebody and pay them monthly salaries or retainers if we can't write tickets? If somebody parks illegally, we can write a ticket because they're infracting or it's an infraction against our bylaw. If we need to still follow up with the Ministry of Transportation, which our old CAO told us all many times was being done, let's get it done with. I've heard this for 2 years. And I'm sure people in the
and that's
public
how
would
long
be
it takes
amazed.
to get anything out of the MTO.
Well,
I'm
but
sorry, that's not
What's the
fault of
what's the
anybody
update?
in the municipality. That's
Then-
the fault of the
Okay,
MTO.
but so what's the update from staff on where we stand on getting that information then? Have we applied? We were told we have. There's no
Okay,
update.
let the CAO clerk answer your question, Councillor.
Through you, your worship, I was not aware of any process that had been applied for, but certainly right now, I'm not saying that our bylaw enforcement officer can't write tickets. She simply has to make a call to the OPP to get them to run the plate and run the information so that she can get the necessary information to write the ticket. So absolutely, she can write tickets. I can look into whatever process it was that we were undertaking to do that on our own, but I'm not aware of it at this point in time. And further to that, I think just based on this discussion, obviously myself and the bylaw enforcement officer weren't here in the times when you passed these bylaws. So I don't think just due to turnover of staff that we had the full direction of what you wanted to see out of bylaw enforcement. So I think just based on this discussion, we can adjust some of our practices and probably strengthen or get more strict, I guess, with the ticketing versus warnings in the bylaw infractions.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks,
Councillor Bray had a comment she wanted to make.
Oh, I just wanted to double check. So she can do it and they don't have to come out.
No.
They
don't have to
can-
come out, no.
She can call them and get the information. Okay,
Yes,
that's
that's
perfect.
correct.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, can we leave let our staff take this matter under advisement, please, and we
Closed, isn't it?
if there are no other councillor items, are there? Oh, Councillor Bray has a councillor item.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to let you know that on September 27th, the Repair Cafe by the organized by the Georgian Bay Biosphere will be at the McKellar Library, and the McKellar Library and the Dunchurch Library are working together on this. And I have been asked to go and be represent as a part of IceCap, to be there in case there's any questions for IceCap. So I just thought I'd tell you about that. That was a request from our library. And I also like to bring to your attention that October 5th is the Ontario Firefighters or Ontario Fallen Firefighters Memorial Day, and it's Sunday, October 5th. I think it'd be nice if we had something on the sign for that weekend. We used to do something, but it always fell to the fire department to organize it and do it. So it sort of became a more of a difficult thing to do. So, but I think it would be nice if we could honor the fallen firefighters of Ontario and also to honor the firefighters that we have here in the municipality of Whitestone. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other councillor items? Okay, can we then move into questions from the public? I don't think we have any members on any participants who are not councillors. Okay, so could we move into closed session, please? Need a mover and seconder that this meeting be adjourned into a closed session meeting at, well, whatever time it is, just about coming up 3 o'clock. For the following matters, 15.1 is the closed session minutes of the regular council meeting on Tuesday, August 19th. And the second 15.2 is a matter related to a matter that is regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board pursuant to the Ontario Municipal Act, Section 239(2)C. And this is the Cogeco building and tower assets that were transferred to the municipality. So can I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by.
I can second Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. So this meeting is now, all those in favor, let's have a vote first.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, do you support the motion?
Yes, sorry.
My time is showing 2:59 p.m. Okay, so we are now in closed session. We're still in closed, being at 3:37 p.m. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
All right.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's carried. And we are now in regular session. The matters arising from the closed session. First, only one is that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the regular closed session council meeting minutes of Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. Mover and seconder. Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All those in favor of those minutes?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you. And this one is not. Confirmatory bylaw. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods moves, seconded by.
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you. And finally, adjournment. Whereas the business of this meeting has concluded, now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at, I'm going to say, 3:39 p.m. Make be a record. Until the special council meeting of Thursday, October 2nd, 2025 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. Mover and seconder. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you. We stand adjourned.
Good evening.